not only remain in the profession but to thrive in it, which is why we are listening and we're acting on feedback. The department, alongside school leaders, has developed a workload reduction toolkit and the Education Staff Wellbeing Charter. We will deliver a range of measures to make teaching a better valued and respected profession.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently visited Herefordshire, Ludlow and North Shropshire College, which provides excellent FE opportunities for students in my constituency. However, there is not parity of funding for teachers in the FE sector compared to the school sector, meaning that post-16 education is now better funded for those pursuing academic courses versus those pursuing vocational courses. Will she roll out the 5.5% pay rise also to teachers in the FE sector so that there is no increase in inequality between academic and vocational educational opportunities?
We accepted the STRB's recommendation of a 5.5% award for teachers and leaders in maintained schools in England from September. It is a substantial award. It does recognise the hard work of our teaching profession. We recognise the challenges in the FE sector also and the issues that the lady outlines, and we will continue to keep this under review because we want to ensure that every child has the best opportunities, whether that's within our school system or within our FE sector also.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the very serious recruitment and retention crisis, the new government's focus on this issue is welcome. Yet, as we've heard, the recent pay announcement overlooked teachers who work in colleges who already face an existing pay gap of over £9,000. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have twice the proportion of students from disadvantaged backgrounds in our colleges than in school sixth form, so the recruitment issue is even more pressing here. Why is it that teachers of 16-year-olds in schools deserve a pay rise, but teachers of 16-year-olds in colleges do not?
We recognise the challenges that the Honourable Lady has set out. We are facing an incredibly challenging fiscal position from this government. We have a £22 billion black hole to make up from what we inherited. This is about the opportunities of young people in this country, and we take the issues that the lady outlines incredibly seriously. We will continue to do what we can within the fiscal envelope that we have and within the system that we have inherited, which is why we honoured the recommendations of the STRB review, and we will continue to do what we can in terms of FE as well.
Helen Hayes.
Question 14, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her question and for all the work she has done to stand up for children in social care in recent years. We will champion the ambitions of all children and ensure background is no barrier to success. In our Children's Wellbeing Bill, we will set out our plans to raise standards for all children in social care and will ensure they are supported to thrive.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The dropout rate from university for care experienced students is 38%, compared with just 6% for non-care experienced young people. As thousands of students are arriving at university for the first time this week, what steps is the Minister taking to ensure there is a consistent package of support for care experienced students at every university to help them overcome the barriers they too often face and to ensure that university is a place where they feel welcome and can thrive?
I thank my honourable friend for her question and the passion in which it was delivered as well. I recently spoke to Children and Young People's Advisory Group, and they were able to tell me some of the challenges that they face at university, and even in some cases not even being informed about the option of university itself, which is quite shocking. We are committed to providing the best university experience for care leavers. Access to higher education should be based on ability and attainment and not background. But too many children across our country do not get the chance to succeed, and the previous government could have done much more. We will act to address the persistent gaps in the levels of access and positive outcomes for care experienced young people. We have issued guidance to universities on supporting care experienced young people and introduced statutory financial support, including a £2,000 bursary. But after 14 years, there is still so much more to do.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 16, please.
The Children's Wellbeing Bill will be introduced as soon as parliamentary time allows. The bill will aim to put children and their wellbeing at the centre of the education and children's social care systems and make sure that every child has a fulfilling childhood, enabling them to succeed and thrive.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister. I know from visiting schools in my Walton constituency that some of the most difficult challenges teachers face often come from the difficult socio-economic challenges of the area spilling over into the school. So I welcome the government's focus on children's well-being, and I think most important to my constituents will be the rollout of free breakfast clubs. So could the Minister tell me a little bit about how and when they'll be rolled out?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Breakfast clubs are about more than just food. They provide opportunities for children to play, to learn and to socialise at the start of the school day. This government is giving parents more choice in childcare, supporting families with the cost of living crisis. Our plans for breakfast clubs will remove barriers to opportunity by ensuring every primary school age child, no matter their circumstances, is well prepared for school.
Lovely. We're now moving on to topicals, where the questions will be short and the ministerial responses will be snappy. Tim Rocker.
Question 1, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we start the new academic year, I want to say thank you to all staff working across education and to wish all learners the best for the year ahead. It will be the mission of this new government to break down barriers to opportunity, to ensure that where you're from doesn't determine what you can go on to achieve, and that every child has the best start in life. We launch our mission against a backdrop of many inherited challenges: a childcare pledge without a plan for delivery, a crumbling schools estate, a school attendance crisis, large attainment gaps, falling apprenticeship starts and training opportunities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm determined to turn this around. We will drive high and rising standards across education, from early years right through to adult learning.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across the Macclesfield area, we have fantastic schools. But the legacy of 14 years of Conservative mismanagement means they're some of the lowest funded in the country. Will ministers meet with me and discuss how we can turn this situation about and fund our schools properly?
I know my honourable friend cares deeply about the life chances of children in Macclesfield and across Cheshire East. I'd be happy to meet with him to discuss this matter further.
Damien Hines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we share her good wishes to all for the new term and the new year. But does she recall that last time they were in office, not only did England tumble down the world education rankings, we ended up the only country in the developed world where the literacy and numeracy of recent school leavers was worse than the generation about to retire. If she continues to follow the same failed Labour approach, this time does she expect a different result?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the right honourable gentleman, as a former minister in the department, knows all too well that he and others were cautioned about how they should be using data. When you look at the raw numbers, under the last Conservative government, standards in reading were going down, standards in maths down, and in science too. 1 in 4 children not reaching the required standard at the end of primary school, 1 in 5 young people persistently absent from our schools. We will drive high and rising standards right across the academic subjects, but we will also make sure that all of our young people have a range of opportunities from music, sport, art and drama, not just those parents who are able to afford it, all of our children.
Ian Lavery. Ian?
Sorry. Thanks very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the new school year begins, there's still far too many students in my constituency of Blyth and Ashton who have been unable to secure a school place of their choice. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the schools allocation policy needs a desperate overhaul and many people believe it's unfit for purpose? And can she say to this House what steps the government is taking to address this extremely important issue?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and we recognise the challenges that are raised in his question, which is why the government will introduce changes to the required require state-funded schools to cooperate with local authorities on admissions on place planning, and local authorities have a responsibility to allocate all applicants a school place on National Offer Day. And if children in his local area are still without places, then I would be happy to meet with him and to support him in resolving these issues.
Munira Wilson.
Thank Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Disadvantaged pupils between 16 to 19 are likely to be up to 4 grades behind their more affluent peers. And we know that funding drops by about a third at 16, yet the 16 to 19 tuition fund was axed in July and the pupil premium has never applied to this age group. So if the Secretary of State is serious about smashing the glass ceiling, will she consider increasing funding targeted at this particular group?
I share the Honourable Lady's concern about making sure that we target funding in ways that it is most effective. It's why I have said that my #1 priority is making sure that we support children and young people at the earliest possible point with a real commitment around early education and childcare, because that is the single biggest way that we can make sure that our children arrive at school really well prepared and stop those gaps opening up as they progress through education.
Helen Hayes.
Deputy Speaker, the early years sector is facing very significant challenges in delivering the rollout of an expanded childcare offer promised by the last government. And they consistently cite the inability to recruit and retain staff as the biggest difficulty. Can the Minister confirm when the government plans to publish the promised workforce strategy for the early years and what opportunities there will be for the sector to have their say?
May I thank my honourable friend for all the hard work she did in opposition on these important issues. This government sees early education as more than just childcare. It is central to our mission to give every child the best start in life. We recognise the inherited challenges around workforce, both in recruitment and retention, and over the coming weeks and months, this government will set out plans for reform, beginning with a complete reset with the sector so that the workforce feels supported and valued.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As was alluded to by my right honourable friend, the member for Beverley and Holderness, children with SEND in some urban local authorities receive 3 times more funding than they do in the East Riding of Yorkshire. Will the Secretary of State or her Minister meet with myself and East Riding colleagues so we can secure a fairer future for our local children?
As the Secretary of State has set out in extensive responses to extensive questions on this issue of the inherited challenge in the SEND system, we recognise the issues that the Honourable Gentleman is raising and would be happy to meet with him and his colleagues that surround his local authority to discuss it further.
Julia Buckley.
Speaker, will the Secretary of State join me in congratulating Shrewsbury College's group in my constituency for yet another excellent round of results this summer, with A-level pass rates over 98% and 210 vocational students achieving a triple distinction. A superb institution in our rural area working to drive up engagement in and standards for vocational qualifications, the bedrock of our industrial strategy and central to the government's mission to break down the barriers to opportunity. Will she join me in celebrating their success and assure them of parity of esteem with their academic school counterparts and perhaps come and book a visit?
Further education is at the forefront and centre of unlocking opportunity, and I will, of course, join my honourable friend in congratulating the Shrewsbury College Group on their excellent results.
Caroline Varden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, schools in Devon are missing out on £23.5 million a year due to the national funding formula. That's the equivalent of 450 full-time teachers across the county. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss how Devon school children are missing out, particularly those living in the most deprived areas?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, the Honourable Lady, my apologies, and recognise the concerns that she's raising. The Government intends to take time to consider the various funding formula that the Department and the local authorities currently use to allocate funding for schools, because it is really important that we have a fair education funding system that directs funding to where it is needed, and I would be happy to meet with her to discuss the particular challenges in her area.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Steiner School, with its nurturing and therapeutic pedagogy, is most challenged by the VAT policy, yet enables many children to access school who have anxiety or otherwise wouldn't be in education. Would she meet with me to discuss my report on the impact of the VAT policy and find ways that we can keep this school open and the children in education?
We expect private schools will want to continue to demonstrate wider public benefit through the provision of means-tested bursaries and through partnerships with state-funded schools after these changes are made. As this is a taxation matter, HM Treasurer are leading the implementation of this policy and have published a technical note about the proposed changes on the 29th of July and will confirm their plans at budget. I would encourage all private schools to engage with this process, and I'd happily meet with my honourable friend to discuss her report.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw members' attention to my register of interests, as I'm still a South Gloucestershire councillor. As last Thursday's PAC debate showed, children with SEND are being let down. Many local authorities are currently locked into safety valve agreements with the Department for Education that were put into place pre-pandemic with targets that are unrealistic and no longer reflect the situation on the ground. Will the Secretary of State agree to review these agreements and to meet with me and local leaders to discuss the situation in South Gloucestershire?
The Honourable Lady raises a concern that many have raised, and as she will have seen, the level of concern around the special educational needs inheritance that this government has taken on, and we will continue to current safety valve agreements will continue to operate as they are agreed, but we will look at the use of safety valve agreements going forward. But I would be happy to meet with the Honourable Lady to discuss the particular challenges in her area.
Uma, come around, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I take the opportunity to welcome my right honourable friend to her place and to welcome students across Stratford and Bow back to school as they start their new term. The Minister understands as well as I do the struggles that some parents have getting their children back to school, especially those with mental health and special educational needs. Can the Minister outline what steps she is taking to ensure that school really is the best place for every child?
Yeah, I recognise the important point that my honourable friend raises. I know that many parents are doing everything that they can, often in very challenging circumstances, to support their children into school. And for my part, I can assure her that this government will be doing everything that we can to make sure that children find welcoming, safe environments at school with better mental health support, breakfast clubs in our primary schools, a broader, richer curriculum, and also more support around SEND in mainstream settings.
Patrick Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reports in the press a couple of weeks ago that the Secretary of State took meetings with teaching unions where they asked the Secretary of State, or made the argument, that multiplication times tables should be taken off the national curriculum. Considering our stratospheric success in PISA ratings in numeracy, thanks to changes introduced by this government, can she give us a 100% cast iron guarantee that she's not going to dumb down the curriculum in this country and she's not going to take times tables off the national curriculum?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd caution the honourable gentleman about believing everything he reads in the press. Times tables are an important part of our system, high and rising standards. We will drive that from government. What I will tell him is, rather than picking pointless fights, avoidable industrial action, you will see a different relationship from this government as we work in partnership with teachers, school leaders and support staff to deliver better life chances for all of our children.
Mark Ferguson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the last set of PISA results under the Conservatives showed standards in England's schools going backwards. Backwards in reading. Maybe they should listen. Backwards in reading, backwards in maths, backwards in science. Does my right honourable friend agree that that is far from a record to be proud of?
He's absolutely right, and they don't like it, but it's absolutely true. And what I would also add, where it comes to the concerns my honourable friend has raised, is that we see stark attainment gaps where it comes to the differences between what our poorest children and our more affluent children are able to achieve, and that blights the life chances in children in his constituency in Gateshead, and we are determined to make progress on that, unlike the last government.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I congratulate and welcome the Secretary of State and her team to their place. In my constituency of Dewsbury and Backley, children are being unenrolled after 20 days of absence, even when there is a valid and compassionate reason for their leave. Will the Secretary of State commit to review this harmful and punitive rule, which is leaving children in my constituency without a school for many months? And will she take steps to make the necessary changes to protect the children and their right to an education?
I thank the honourable member for his question. I'm very happy to meet with him about the points that he raises, but attendance and off-rolling are serious issues that we take very seriously in government, and we'll be setting out more policies about these matters in due course.
Perrin Moon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The previous government promised to bring forward a register of children not in school. I welcome the measures taken by this government, but can the Minister update me on the next steps to bring forward the register?
This government has no time to waste if we are to fix the foundations of our country after 14 years of decline. We will legislate for the register of children not in school through the Children's Wellbeing Bill, which will be introduced as soon as parliamentary time allows. This bill will support this government's work to ensure every child has the best start in life.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Secretary of State confirm that the funding announced on the 9th of May by the previous Conservative government for a brand new SEND school in the county of Buckinghamshire is in no way, shape or form under review, and that we will get that new school in Buckinghamshire?
I thank the honourable member for his question. Ensuring schools and colleges have the resources and buildings that they need is a key part of our mission to break down barriers to opportunity and give every young person the best start in life. We are committed to improving the condition of the estate through the department's annual funding, continuing the school rebuilding programme and fixing the problems of RAC.
Final question, David Baines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the start of the new school year, can I just wish all teachers and school staff and children in St Helens North the very best for the year ahead? Does my honourable friend agree with me that as part of the curriculum review, which I warmly welcome and look forward to, that we need an education system and a curriculum, particularly in primary schools, with much more focus on learning through play, on oracy and on multisensory movement and recording of learning? That be to the benefit of children, not just with SEND, but all pupils.
The Curriculum and Assessment Review, led by experts, will focus on the evidence, what we know from here and abroad about how we best help children of all ages to learn and all abilities to, including those with special educational needs. And I'm sure the review will want to investigate different approaches to the primary curriculum, including those which he mentions, but I wouldn't want to preempt the review's conclusions and recommendations.
Right, that is the end of education questions. I'm sorry I couldn't fit everybody in. You'll have better luck next time. I'll give everybody a moment to swap their seats. We'll be moving on to the first urgent question. And I call the Shadow Secretary of State for Health, Victoria Atkins.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's always nice to see the right honourable gentleman, but I was expecting to see the actual Secretary of State responding to this question. But perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, he's at a business meeting with health firms.
Shadow Minister, you just pose the question, the Minister will respond, and then you'll get your 2 minutes afterwards as well.
My apology to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm used to answering, but believe you me, I'm looking forward to questions.
Minister.
And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm committed to making sure she's there asking the questions for a very, very long time. Madam Deputy Speaker, unlike our predecessors, this is a government that can't get enough of experts. We work with a wide range of stakeholders in developing policy because that goes to the heart of our approach to mission-driven government. But I think the Shadow Secretary of State is referring specifically to my right honourable friend Alan Milburn, so let me address him specifically. I walked into the Department of Health and Social Care on the 5th of July to be confronted with the worst crisis in the history of the NHS. Waiting lists at 7.6 million. More than 1 million patients a month waiting 4 weeks for a GP appointment, if they could get a GP appointment at all. The junior doctors still in dispute on strike, and dental deserts across huge parts of our country where people can't get an NHS dentist for love nor money. This government is honest about the scale of the crisis and serious about fixing it, and that means we need the best available advice. It's all hands on deck to fix the mess that they left. And if a single patient waited longer for treatment than they needed to because I'd failed to ask for the most expert advice around, I would consider that a betrayal of patients' interests. I decide who I hear from in meetings. I decide whose advice I seek, and I decide what to share with them. And I also welcome challenge, alternative perspectives, and experience. The Right Honourable Alan Milburn is a former member of this House, still a member of the Privy Council and a former Health Secretary. He doesn't have a pass to the department, and at every departmental meeting he has attended, he has been present at the request of ministers. Now, during Alan's time in office, he gave patients the choice over where they are treated and who treats them, as well as making sure the NHS was properly transparent so that all patients were able to make an informed choice. A basic right we expect from all other walks of life, but which only the wealthy, well-connected were able to exercise in healthcare until Alan changed it. He gave patients access to the fastest, most effective treatment available on NHS terms, so faster treatment was no longer just for those who could afford private healthcare. He made the tough reforms that drove better performance across the NHS, and along with every other Labour Health Secretary, delivered the shortest waiting times and highest patient satisfaction in the history of the NHS. That's his record, that's Labour's record, that's the kind of experience I want around the table as we write the reform agenda that will lift the NHS out of the worst crisis in its history, get it back on its feet and make it fit for the future once again.
Victoria Atkins.
I fear the Right Honourable Gentleman is betraying his inexperience. It's a shame he needs all that help and experience. The rest of us have just got on with the job. But the Department of Health manages incredibly sensitive information, ranging from the development of healthcare policy to the handling of market-sensitive information concerning vaccines and medication, and, of course, rules regarding patient confidentiality. Now, it's emerged that Mr Milburn, with a former Labour politician, received more than £8 million from his personal consultancy firm since 2016. He advises one of the largest providers of residential care for older people and is apparently a senior advisor on health to a major consultancy firm on health. The member opposite is saying, so what? Given the risks of conflicts of interest, and that is the point of this UQ, not the Right Honourable Gentleman's inexperience, given the risks of conflicts of interest, has Mr Milburn declared his business interests to the department, and can the Right Honourable Gentleman reassure the House on how these conflicts are being managed? So that we can get a sense of the scale of this open-door policy and Mr Milburn's access. Could the Right Honourable Gentleman tell us how many meetings has Mr Milburn attended? How many were with NHS England? How many were conducted without ministerial presence? What sensitive information has Mr Milburn been given access to? Does it include information concerning the sale of patient information to pharmaceutical companies? Has Mr Milburn seen internal DHSE or NHSE documents regarding the pricing of medicines, vaccinations and other market-sensitive information? This is all information that comes across his desk, and there is no formal record for understanding what Mr Milburn has seen. And if the Right Honourable Gentleman uses, as he has just now, the excuse that this is all okay because Mr Milburn is a former Secretary of State and a Privy Councillor, could the Right Honourable Gentleman set out where, in the Ministerial Code or the Civil Service Code, such an exemption exists for unrecorded access to information by members of the public? Now, so that we get a sense of just how far this is going, the Secretary of State will also, I hope, confirm his lists of other advisers, their commercial interests, and any other members of the public attending meetings that have a deeply sensitive nature. But finally, this is just more evidence of cronyism at the heart of this new Labour government. Because following recent press reports that a Labour Party worker has been parachuted into the department in a civil service role through a closed recruitment process, will the Secretary of State finally come clean to the House and be transparent about who is running his department and shaping policy for him?
She wants to compare experience, Madam Deputy Speaker. It took me 3 weeks to agree a deal with junior doctors. She hadn't even met them since March. She hadn't even met them since March. And in the 2.5 years I was the Shadow Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, she was the 5th and among the worst. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, does doesn't it just tell you everything you need to know about the Conservatives' priorities? She doesn't ask me what we're doing to cut waiting lists. She doesn't ask about the action we took to end strikes. She doesn't ask about the action that's been taken to hire 1,000 GPs who she left to graduate into unemployment. She's not asked me about the news on the front page of the Daily Telegraph that on their watch, 50 years of health progress is in decline, and funnily enough, nothing on the news from the Observer this weekend that the NHS was hit harder than any other health service by the pandemic because it was uniquely exposed by a decade of Conservative neglect. And having broken the NHS, all they're interested in now is trying to tie this government's hands behind our backs to stop us cleaning up their mess. What she is implying in this question is that as Health Secretary, she never sought the advice of people who didn't work in her department, which would explain quite a lot, actually. I feel sorry for the Right Honourable Lady, because when I need advice, I can call on any number of Labour health secretaries who help deliver the shortest waiting times and the highest patient satisfaction in history. But she never had that luxury, because every single one of her Conservative predecessors left NHS waiting lists higher than where they found them. Except, of course, for Therese Coffey, who was outlasted by a lettuce. In fact, it says a lot about the modern Conservative Party's anti-reform instincts that she is so opposed to Alan Milburn. They used to hug him close when they were cosplaying as New Labour. Andrew Lansley even asked whether he would share the new clinical commissioning board his top-down reorganisation created, although Alan sensibly turned him down and labelled the reorganisation, and I quote, the biggest car crash in the history of the NHS, which just goes to prove, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Alan Milburn has got sound judgment and is worth listening to. But if she wants to lead with her chin and talk cronyism, let's talk cronyism. Why don't we talk about Owen Pattinson's lobbying health ministers on behalf of Randox? They care so much about cronyism, they welcome Lord Cameron back with open arms following his paid lobbying for Greensill. And for reasons of ongoing court cases, let's not even get into Baroness Moan and the £200 million contract for PPE. Where was she during those sorry episodes cheering that government on and presiding over a record of abysmal failure that's put them on that side of the chamber? Not only is this government having to rebuild the public services they broke and rebuild the public finances they raided, we're also having to rebuild the trust in politics that they destroyed. We will put politics back into the service of working people, rebuild all three, and clearly we'll have to do it without the support of the Conservative Party's One Nation tradition, because they're not even running and they have abandoned their flag. It's clear the Conservatives haven't learned a thing from the defeat they were subjected to on the 4th of July, and we'll get on with the business of clearing up their mess.
Right. Point of order, Kit Malthouse.
Obviously, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State has decided that attack is the best form of defence, but the operation of this House completely collapses if he declines to answer any questions about what is a very serious matter of public concern. And I wondered whether we could seek your guidance on if the Secretary of State is conducting himself appropriately in the House. We are seeking transparency on a matter of probity.
Yeah.
And I think he has a duty to answer the House, not least under the Ministerial Code.
Point of order, the UQ data question has just started, so there's ample opportunity to continue to hold the Secretary of State to account. No doubt the Secretary of State believes that his answers are responding to the UQ, but we have some time to go, and if you, Bob, I will endeavour to make sure everybody's called to continue to hold the front bench to account. Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, the sheer brass neck of the Conservatives to turn up on the very day that the report is published by the Transparency International UK, which shows that £15 billion was red flagged during the COVID epidemic on contracts On contracts...
He's not reading.
I'm not reading it.
He's not reading.
I'm not reading it. Why?
Show some manners.
I'm prepared to give way to the honourable gentleman if he made any sense.
Show some manners.
On contracts that have been red flagged and are worthy of further investigation, 500 million of them were given to companies that hadn't even lasted 100 days. So shouldn't the Conservatives really take that into consideration before they come here trying to...
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and frankly, every single contribution from that dispatch box opposite should begin with a grovelling apology for the way they conducted themselves in government. But they won't apologise, they've learned nothing, they show no humility. And to my honourable friend's point, when it comes to COVID corruption and crony contracts, the message from the Chancellor is clear. We want our money back, and the COVID Commissioner is coming to get it.
Liberal Democrat frontbench, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats find it deeply ironic that the Shadow Health Secretary has raised this question on the involvement of people with no formal appointment in the development of government policy. Are they forgetting their record in government? Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps we should remind everyone that under the Conservatives, it was their friends that benefited from large contracts to supply the government during the COVID pandemic. The result, just today, as the member for Eltham and Chislehurst has already highlighted, Transparency International has revealed multiple red flags in more than 130 COVID contracts, totalling over £15.3 billion. With the Conservatives out of power, we have the opportunity to clean up our politics. So will the Secretary of State update the House on whether the Prime Minister plans to appoint his own ethics advisor, or is Sir Laurie Magnus remaining in the post? And will the ethics advisor be empowered to initiate their own investigations and publish their own reports?
Thank you. I'm really grateful to the honourable member for a serious contribution. She is right that transparency matters, which is why meetings in my department and attendees will be published in the right and proper way on a quarterly basis. And it is also right to draw a distinction between those areas of business and meetings in the department which are about generating ideas and policy discussion, and those that are about taking government distinctions. Of course it's right that people come into the Department for Health and Social Care, or indeed any government department from outside government, to lend their expertise, to share their views. And it's right that ministers make decisions, absent of those outsiders. And that's the distinction I would draw. She raised a specific point about the Prime Minister's ethics advisor. This is a Prime Minister that does take ethics seriously and will not behave in the way that his Conservative predecessors did. As for individuals, that's a decision for the Prime Minister, but I'll make sure she gets a more fulsome reply.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I've been a surgeon for 28 years. In the first 14 years, we had a Labour government, and we saw the waiting lists more or less disappear, such as by 2010, a patient coming to see me in the clinic would be offered an operation. In the second 14 years, we've seen record waiting lists. I welcome the advice of Mr. Alan Milburn, one of the most successful Secretaries of State, one of the architects of the fall in this waiting list. And I support the Secretary of State in this.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend and I'm delighted to see him here, bringing his experience to the House, sharing it with the nation, standing up for his constituents, and being part of the team that will do what the last Labour government did, which was to make sure that our NHS is back on its feet and fit for the future.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the Secretary of State's bluster, he must appreciate that, given Mr Milburn's involvement in the private healthcare sector, that his direct access to the Secretary of State may have conferred a competitive advantage. What does he say to those companies who compete with Mr Milburn's companies about the access that he's had to the Secretary of State? And how can we in the House take any kind of reassurance as to the kind of information that Mr Milburn's been able to access, and what, if any, advantage that may have conferred upon him?
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, look, the way they're carrying an opposite and the smear and innuendo they are applying to Alan Milburn, I'm surprised he wouldn't give them some commission for marketing, because he's making it out that Alan Milburn comes into the department and is there taking all of the decisions. I mean, I couldn't think of better word-of-mouth publicity if he was up to what they suggest. But here's the distinction. There is a clear distinction between inviting people into the department with a wide range of experience and perspectives to have policy debates and to generate ideas, and a difference between meetings that are about transacting government business. I can assure the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman, and the House that nothing commercially sensitive has been shared with Alan Milburn, and I'm genuinely astonished that members opposite think it is inappropriate for a Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to seek views, input and advice from their predecessors. In fact, I wonder how one of my Conservative predecessors, who's coming in to see me soon, is going to feel about their objections.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In October 2023, when I phoned my NHS dentist to get an appointment for my children, the next available appointment was June 2024. And when June 2024 rolled around, they cancelled the appointment, and the next available appointment is April 2025. Given the disgraceful inheritance that my Secretary of State has inherited, does he think the party opposite should spend a little bit of time more reflecting on their record and less time asking pointless questions?
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, the member for Hartlepool, who, let the record reflect, when he was raising, just now, the crisis in NHS dentistry that's leaving people in Hartlepool without access to NHS dentistry, members opposite were shouting, "What about Alan Milburn?" That says everything about their priorities. It says everything about their lack of remorse and contrition, and it says everything about why they should stay in opposition for a very long time while we sort out the state of NHS dentistry in Hartlepool and right across the country.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. How legitimate is it for the House of Commons to ask about how external people come into departments and how their potential conflicts of interest are identified and managed? And can you just set out, in cases like Alan Milburn or a Conservative Secretary of State, how does the department identify and manage conflicts of interest?
Secretary of State.
It is entirely legitimate to ask questions, of course, I should say. It is also entirely legitimate. It is also entirely legitimate for government departments to invite people in with a lot of experience and insight to advise government departments on policy debates and discussions. It happens all the time. Where do we draw the line? Do we have to send compliance forms to Cancer Research UK before they come in to talk about how we tackle cancer? Do we have to invite in, do we have to send declarations of interest forms to patients who want to come and discuss awful cases that they have to experience? Look, I find this pantomime, frankly, astonishing. I'm surprised indeed that the Shadow Secretary of State for Health and Social Care thought this was such a priority that she would raise this on the floor of the House rather than NHS waiting lists, rather than ambulance response times, rather than GP access, the state of social care. It's clear that they're in opposition, but they haven't learned why.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd just like to congratulate the Right Honourable gentleman for having taken advice from his predecessors. As someone who worked as a senior civil servant in the Department of Health and Social Care under Alan Milburn, I would like to echo his comments about what a fantastic Secretary of State he was and speak to his record in that position. I have also had the opportunity to work as a civil servant for the coalition government. I would wonder whether the Secretary of State will also be seeking advice from Andy Burnham, who, as a Secretary of State when Labour last left office, left the record low waiting times and high public satisfaction. Thank you.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And of course, how fortunate we are to be able to turn to every living former Labour Health Secretary, from Alan Milburn to Andy Burnham, and in every single one of those cases be able to draw on people whose record of delivery led to the shortest waiting times and the highest patient satisfaction in history. I can confirm to my honourable friend that both in opposition and in government, I have been talking to the Mayor of Greater Manchester. He's doing some brilliant work on prevention, and I'm really, really looking forward to working with all of our metro mayors to tackle health inequalities across the country and to improve the integration of health and care services across the land.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know it's a novelty for the Secretary of State to actually answer a question in this UQ, so I wonder if he would do the House a favour by answering this very simple question with a yes or no, maybe. The Secretary of State said that no pass was given to Alan Milburn, so can he guarantee that no confidential documents were accessed, were left his department, which could have been used for commercial purposes? And will he take responsibility for if any documents or data that was discussed at those ministerial meetings with Alan Milburn leave the department? Yes or no?
Yes.
Sean Davies.
Mr. Speaker, fixing and getting our NHS back on its feet should be a national mission, and everybody should be able to play their part in that national mission. Can the Secretary of State confirm whether any former Conservative ministers have put themselves forward to try and fix the mess that the party opposite created over the last 14 years?
Oh, well, this is the extraordinary thing. I mean, notwithstanding the public job application of a former Conservative Secretary of State, which didn't meet the bar, I have been approached by former ministers in the Department of Health who served under the Conservative government, who, in a spirit of, I think, public service, have wanted to come and either do work for the Labour government on issues they care about, or have sought to share their experiences, the highs or indeed the many lows of being in government. That is a totally legitimate thing to do. And I suspect if I did a ring round of all of my Labour predecessors, I would find that the Conservative government, when they were in, tried desperately hard to get them to come and do work for them, because, as I say, the challenge for Conservative health secretaries is they didn't have any successful Conservative predecessors to turn to.
Paul Kohler.
I share the Secretary of State's frustration and understanding of the brass neck of the Tories on this point, and I do not doubt the expertise of Alan Milburn, but legitimate questions have been asked over conflict of interest. And what safeguards can he say are being imposed or being considered to address the appearance of conflict of interest?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is absolutely right that where people are appointed to roles in public life, that they declare their conflicts of interest and that they are assessed to make sure that when taking decisions or exercising powers, that they are doing so in a way that manages those conflicts of interest to ensure that no conflict arises. Alan Milburn does not at this stage have a role in the Department of Health and Social Care. There are many people in the last 8 weeks who've come in to meet with them. We do not ask them all to declare their interest. I mean, I know there's more red tape now in the health and social care than when we left office, but this is a government that wants to reduce it, not increase it.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The Conservative Party appointed party donor Wal Kalade, who wants to change how the NHS is funded, to the board of NHS England. In January, the Right Honourable Member for Louth and Horncastle held a meeting with his private equity firm at Livingbridge less than 1 month after he gave her party £50,000. Isn't it the shadow health secretary who ought to be answering questions about cronyism?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not for me, thankfully, to answer for the Shadow Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. It's just my responsibility to clean up her mess.
Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Secretary of State please try to illuminate the House in regard to the conflict of interest of the gentleman in question, as to whether he headed into the ministerial floor or officers accessed the department. And he says, as we talk about GP appointments, many of us want our constituents to be able to access health services and GP appointments. But could the Secretary of State explain, did the honourable gentleman he talks about, who we worked previously, friends from the old days, have a day pass or a departmental pass? Can he assure honourable members, beyond the bluster, there is no conflict of interest?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend Alan Milburn does not have a role in the department. He doesn't have a pass in the department. And as for whether he's accessed the ministerial floor, I don't know where they held meetings, but I tend to hold meetings in my office on the ministerial floor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across Crumlin and Killingworth, I've heard countless stories, heartbreaking stories of their experience, of residents experiencing the NHS, staggering length of waiting lists, and access to GPs, access to dentists. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that rather than focusing on who you might have once had a conversation with, they would be better focused on supporting the Labour government in cleaning up the mess that they have left behind, which my residents live with every single day?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and it's because of the way in which she champions her constituency and her community that she was sent here to stand up for their interests. And I think it will not be lost on them or anyone else in the country that this afternoon, with our National Health Service in the state that it's in, and with the appalling headlines we've been reading in recent days, they have got absolutely nothing to say about the responsibility they bear for the crisis, on priorities, but unfortunately the country's got the right government.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. How many meetings has Alan Milburn had in the department? Will the Secretary of State place a list of all those meetings in the House Library? And knowing that the former Secretary of State has extensive financial interests in healthcare, did the Secretary of State ask him to declare those interests and publish them?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend Alan Milburn does not have a role in the department, point one. Secondly, of course, we will publish in the usual routine way that we do details of meetings held in the department and who attended them. I would gently suggest if he's not made his way there already, there are plenty more interesting things to read in the House of Commons library.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the members opposite may be making the mistake of judging this government by their standards. And absolutely. I'd like to ask the Secretary of State, after my constituents and many others have suffered from the economic disaster that was caused in part by dodgy COVID contracts and VIP fast lanes, what this government will do differently.
I'm delighted to see my honourable friend here representing Bishop Auckland, and I think the people of his constituency will be struck by the fact that this afternoon the Conservative Party chose to create a mountain out of a molehill about a former health secretary coming in to lend his advice and experience to a Labour government on COVID corruption. He is absolutely right to be angry, as indeed the country is. That's why my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has been very clear when it comes to cronyism and corruption in COVID contracts. The message is clear. We want our money back, and the COVID Corruption Commissioner is coming to get it.
The Right Honourable Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is just one standard, and it applies to whichever party is in power, and that should be respected. And this whataboutery about what may have gone under a Conservative government, anybody who's done something wrong should be pursued. Anyone who's in authority should be accountable. It is the failure of accountability, a failure of recognition by the Right Honourable Gentleman, which I think lets down the House today. So can he confirm to the House that Alan Milburn did not have access to official sensitive papers? Because anyone else who comes to visit a minister, and they may come in all the time, but they don't. They sit on the other side of the table, and the official sensitive documents are on this side. Can he confirm that he didn't have access in a way that no other visitor would?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can confirm, I just have to make sure I get this absolutely right, that in the meetings that I asked my right honourable friend to attend, I tended to think I saw him on the other side of the table in the corner. I can't guarantee he sat at that point in every single one of the meetings, Madam Deputy Speaker, but he certainly wasn't sat next to me. In terms of papers for the meetings that he attended, which were discussion papers about the challenges facing health and social care, not government decision papers, not recommendations for ministers. There is a distinction between those two things. I decide who attends meetings in the department, and when it comes to wide-ranging policy discussions, I decide what reading material people receive.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The party opposite famously said they'd had enough of experts, and look at where that got us, the longest NHS waiting list in history. I am pleased that my right honourable friend rejects that approach emphatically, and in the spirit of listening to professionals who are trying to make a difference, can I ask him and his team to consider coming to visit Hertfordshire, where the Community Trust is working on a hospital at home scheme, which is making a huge difference to patients at the end of their life who need to be supported, cared and monitored, and this is an important part of easing the burden that we are left with on our NHS.
I'd be delighted for either myself or one of my ministerial colleagues to take him up on that offer. And what a refreshing change from so many of the contributions that we've had this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the other side of the House. Of course, we want to learn from people with experience and expertise of getting it right on the NHS and social care. Many of those people are outside government. Many of them have valuable experience in other parts of the public sector, in our public services, in the voluntary sector, in the private sector, or indeed experience as patients or users or carers in our health and social care service. Our message as a government is clear. When it comes to fixing the crisis in health and social care created by the Conservatives, we can't get enough of experts, and we are looking forward to mobilising the country in pursuit of our mission so that we can deliver an NHS that our country can once again be proud of.
Speaker, given the potential for commercial advantage to Alan Milburn, will he publish all of the papers that Alan Milburn was able to read? And if, as he seems to say, that he was giving them on Privy Council terms, will he at least give them to any Privy Councillor who wants them?
Given the state of the opposition, I bet they'd love to see what policy discussion papers we're putting forward in the Department of Health and Social Care. He's quite right. Papers have been shared with my right honourable friend on Privy Council terms. They will be able to, in time, judge the fruits of the Labour in terms of my decisions, the decisions of this government when it comes to fixing the mess that they created.
Matt Termaine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's decision to seek wisdom from experts across the health and care system in order to be able to build a better NHS. And can I ask him, is he aware of the virtual hospital system that has been used at West Hertfordshire Teaching Hospital's Watford site, developed during COVID as an ability to be able to treat more people in a better setting?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention. Look, we know the NHS is broken. We know it's going through the worst crisis in history, and we will shortly be hearing from the noble Lord Darcy in terms of the outcome of his investigation into the true state of our National Health Service. But against that bleak backdrop of political failure, are stories across the country of triumph against the odds, of some outstanding public servants doing extraordinary things, showing what the future of our health and care services could look like with a government on their side. I'm pleased that that government is here. It is this Labour government, and I'd be delighted to hear more about my honourable friend's constituency.
Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I wish the Secretary of State all the best in the new role that he holds, and wish him well in the job and in the task he's taken on board. With great respect to my honourable colleagues to my right-hand side, the downfall of the Tory government has been due in part because people did not trust the background politics behind closed doors. So I want government to succeed, and indeed most people in this House want this government to succeed. They need to see so much needed stability and direction. But this can only happen, Secretary of State, with openness and transparency and the desire to put nation before party. So how can the Secretary of State, very, very respectfully, constructively, how can the Secretary of State assure us that this government will do things differently, and policy will be proposed by those who's with know-how and passed with scrutiny in this place, and not simply due to pressure from lobbying groups. Thank you.
I strongly agree with what the honourable member has said, and can I also say that in the short time I've been in post, I've been delighted to have virtual meetings with both the current Minister for Health in Northern Ireland and their predecessor too is obviously over there. and I'm delighted to see him in his place too. Look, ministerial meetings attended by third parties are declared in our quarterly transparency publication. People will want to lobby and influence government all the time, lobby members of Parliament all of the time. We regularly receive correspondence as members of Parliament, let alone the deluge of advice that we receive in government too. The important thing is that when ministers are taking decisions, that they do so on the basis of the best possible advice available, that they weigh up carefully the evidence and the arguments in a fair and proper way, and that while advisers may advise, ultimately it is ministers that decide. This government is aware of the deep crisis in trust in our politics. That's why the Prime Minister, outside Downing Street, on his very first day, talked about restoring government to service. And that is why it should be no surprise whatsoever that many people who've given outstanding public service to this country, like my right honourable friend Alan Milburn, but the same is true of Patricia Hewitt, of Alan Johnson, of my noble friend Lord Reid, of the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and many more, want to roll up their sleeves and help this government because they can see the state of our country that the party opposite left it in, and are willing once again to roll their sleeves up and help to get our country back on its feet, to turn the situation around and make sure that everyone in our country can look forward to the future with optimism and hope after 14 years of abysmal failure.
Thank you. That's the end of the urgent question. I thank all members that participated. And in reference to the Secretary of State earlier, the privilege of choosing UQs is down to the Chair, and it's based on merit and the urgency of the point being raised. OK, everyone has a moment to refresh the front benches. A statement from the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Jonathan Reynolds.
With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to update the House on the Government's response to the Horizon scandal and how appropriate it is to see you in the chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former Business and Trade Minister yourself. My priority as the new Secretary of State is in ensuring that victims of the scandal receive the address they deserve. Over the past few weeks, I've begun meeting with some of the postmasters whose lives have been so badly damaged by these events. Their stories are harrowing, but their resilience and steadfastness in seeking justice is inspiring. I'm grateful for their candour too, in sharing insight on how the various compensation schemes can be improved. If I may make a personal point here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know I speak for members and friends across the House, when I say it fills me with sadness to have to stand here today and address such a significant failure of the state. The role of government must be to do right, to seek justice and to defend the oppressed. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has too often been the case that government has had to be forced into action by brave and tireless and resilient campaigning. So once again, I pay tribute to the Justice for Some Postmasters Alliance, to campaigners like Joe Hamilton, to Lee Castleton and Sir Alan Bates. And incidentally, I would just like to add some personal congratulations to Sir Alan on his recent wedding. Without their tireless efforts, justice may well never have been done in this case. And as we stand and sit here today, in the shadow not just of this scandal, but of Grenfell, of infected blood and several more, I know it is the firm conviction of everyone in this House that we must do better. This is not an issue of politics, but of justice. And in that spirit, Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot speak of the new government's work to address this wrong without again acknowledging and appreciating the work of Lord Arbuthnot, of the new Lord Beamish, formerly the member for North Durham, and my friend the Honourable Member for Thirsk and Moulton for his work as Minister. The announcements that we make today are built on their efforts to hasten redress payments and to quash wrongful convictions. Earlier in the summer, the new government announced the launch of the Horizon Conviction Redress Scheme. And I'm pleased to report that the first payments have been issued and good progress has been made on processing the claims received to date. As was the case on the GLO scheme, the Department will be setting a target of making the first offer to 90% of claimants who have submitted a full claim within 40 working days. Additionally, the Post Office have now settled over 50% of cases on the overturned conviction scheme, with 57 out of 111 cases fully settled. The Department has also now received over 50% of GLO claims and settled over 200 of those. Progress has also been made on implementing the £75,000 fixed sum awards on the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. As of the 30th of August, over 1,350 claimants who previously settled below the £75,000 threshold have been offered top-ups to bring them to this amount. And the Post Office will shortly begin making fixed sum offers to new claimants. Now, these interventions will have a significant impact on ensuring postmasters can access redress swiftly and simply. However, we recognise that this option will not suit everyone and does not address all the concerns raised by postmasters and their representatives. And that is why we are taking further action today. The Horizon Compensation Advisory Board recommended last year that we should introduce an independent appeals process for the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have accepted their recommendation. This appeals process will enable claimants who've settled their claim under the HSS to have their case reassessed with the benefit of any new information that they were not able to include in the original application. It will be delivered by my department in-house, and we will apply the lessons learned from redress schemes to date to ensure that the process is easy for postmasters to engage with and that outcomes are delivered at pace. We will announce further details in the coming months. There will be no obligation for postmasters to appeal their settlement, and no doubt many will be content that their claims have been resolved fairly. I know that financial redress will never fully compensate victims for their suffering, but we want to help bring some closure to postmasters as soon as we can. And that is why we will establish the new appeals process as quickly as possible. In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, the new government will do everything in our power to deliver justice for postmasters, to bring them closure, and to ensure that such a national tragedy is never allowed to happen again. And I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you so much. No doubt a statement that will mean a lot to many constituents, including those in my constituency of Sussex Weald. Shadow Minister Kevin Holman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also thank the Secretary of State for his advance sight of this statement and for his very kind words, and can I assure him we'll continue to work collaboratively to put the interests of postmasters first. I'd also like to associate myself with the congratulations offered by the Secretary of State to Sir Alan Bates and now Lady Suzanne Bates, and indeed the recognition of their contribution and that of others. As we promise from this side of the House during the very first urgent question of the Parliament, Ministers opposite know they receive our full support to deliver compensation swiftly and quash the convictions of those wronged by this terrible tragedy. The Secretary of State sets out in his statement a new appeals process for those who have already settled their claim under the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. I welcome this step. I know the Department are implementing the work of the Horizon Compensation Advisory Board, who were instrumental during my time in office and no doubt will be supporting the new government. I do, however, have some questions about his statement. He confirms that the appeals process will be open for claimants who have settled their claim under the HSS, but it is restricted to those who have new evidence to support their case. In the same breath, he recognises lessons learned from redress schemes to date, indicating his department are aware of the flaws in the scheme, which I also acknowledge. So will the appeals process also be available, crucially, as it should be, to all claimants, not just with those with new information? Because given the accepted flaws in the scheme, it would be wrong to leave individuals without the opportunity for appeal. And is it the case
that if people choose the £75,000 top-up, they'll be entitled to appeal, because if this is the case, there's a risk that those wanting to go the appeal process, that will be a slower process because of the number of people seeking to appeal. Secondly, he said the appeals process will be up and running as soon as possible. Please can he set out a specific timeline? And finally, on appeals, can he tell the House if these individuals will be entitled to legal representation, as is the case in the GLO process? If I could also ask the Secretary of State some questions on the broader compensation schemes. £289 million has been paid to over 2,800 claimants across 4 schemes. Of these figures, however, I was alarmed to find only 6 claims have been offered through the Horizon Convictions Redress Scheme, and no full and final settlements have yet been made through that scheme. Can he explain those numbers? I was also concerned to hear the Secretary of State say last week that only 130 letters, I think of the 700 total postmasters who have had convictions quashed, have been written to, and that this was a matter for the Ministry of Justice rather than his office. I'm sure he realises finger-pointing within government will not wash with people who have been through these difficulties and these horrendous scandals. So I must therefore push him on what steps he has taken to mitigate the delays in sending out letters to those affected. And can I finally ask him, delaying all the schemes is partially, at least, as a result of an adversarial process of lawyers arguing with lawyers. As a remedy, we were working very closely with on the appointment of Sir Gary Hickinbottom, scheme reviewer in the overturned conviction scheme, to be appointed across all 3 schemes to expedite claims. And can he confirm that this vital appointment has now been made?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his response and the tone and the collaboration that we have tried to model when we were sitting in opposite places. I do believe that was something that helped advance what was a difficult piece of legislation, particularly in a wash-up process, to put on the statute book, but was, I think, the only real vehicle for delivering what we all wanted to see. He's asked me a number of absolutely reasonable questions, which I'm happy to respond to him on. In relation to the issue of a situation where someone has already received the top-up to £75,000, he is right to say under the appeal scheme would not be available to them. It is a choice between the 2 best methods of redress of satisfaction for the postmaster. I recognise what he's saying, that given the issues around speed of delivering redress, it would not be satisfactory to anyone to have that system clogged up. But I think both options, therefore, represent reasonable ways forward for people who are in that position. He asked specifically about the remit of the appeals scheme. I will listen to what he is saying. The reason we're announcing today that we will take this forward, but then we'll consult with postmasters themselves in order to make sure the eligibility criteria are correct, which on the timeline question he raises is just a matter of months, is to make sure we don't have to revisit this, that we can all be satisfied that, crucially, postmasters themselves have confidence within it, and that is the intention. So I'm grateful to him for those comments around it. On his question in relation to legal representation, yes, that is part of the scheme. Again, I think learning the lessons of where we've been in the past. Most of the schemes, as he knows, have now been able to be adjusted to reflect that, but for new announcements, absolutely take that. On the difficulty that has existed with the Horizon Conviction Redress Scheme, I want to be clear. I'll give him the figures to update the House, but so far 180 letters have gone out from the Ministry of Justice, including those letters and the people who've then come back and registered with the government who haven't, perhaps in all cases, received a letter yet. There's now 276 claimants who have had that. I would make the appeal again that whilst we are doing everything we can with Ministry of Justice colleagues to make sure those letters go out, people can proactively register with the government. I'll be frank, this has been a frustration. I think when he and I were having the conversations, when we sat in different places, neither of us perhaps knew the state of the database and the records and the frustrations we would face having passed the legislation getting to people, but clearly that is absolutely integral to sorting this out. And finally, his question on the scheme reviewer, I will come back to him on that if I may. I'll write to him to tell him the absolute up-to-date situation with that. But I say again in summary, we will work with all parties, we will work with all postmasters to get redress at pace and to learn the lessons of where things have not gone well in the past, to make sure new announcements carry the confidence of the people who really do need to have confidence within them.
Please continue to bob if you want to be called. I'm going to call everybody. I know the Secretary of State will want to respond to them as well. The previous Select Committee Chair, Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my congratulations to Sir Alan Bates and Lady Suzanne for what looked like a very happy day. And I want to welcome what the Secretary of State has set out for the House this afternoon. When our Select Committee reported back in March, we said that trust in the Post Office was fundamentally broken, that the appeal scheme needed to be independent, and this is an important step in that direction. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what sub-postmasters have said to me this morning is that there is still a problem with the time it takes to get offers back when an offer is contested. So the claimant's lawyers have got a fixed amount of time to put in a claim. Where it is then contested, it is taking far, far too long for Addleshaws in particular to come back and provide a second offer. What comfort can the Secretary of State give them in today's announcement? Because this whole House agrees. Justice delayed is justice denied.
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He will hopefully see his work as Chair of the Select Committee reflected in this announcement today, specifically that we are setting the target to issue initial offers to 90% of claims within 40 working days of receiving a full claim. And just on that point of how that is defined, a full claim is one where, following legal assessment, it's deemed it does not require any further evidence to assess the claim further. So once that is in, the targets that his Select Committee has quite rightly called for in order to make sure redress is delivered at speed are now part of this process.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for sight of the statement and indeed for his decision to come to the House at this early stage to update us on the progress. I think it's worth saying that we are dealing with a catastrophic injustice that has affected hundreds upon hundreds of families, people who've paid with their livelihoods and in some cases tragically with their lives. And there's a complete lack of trust in government, whatever political colour, over the last 20 or so years because of this. And that's why the answers that he gives to the questions that have been raised already about the number of sub-postmasters who've been paid interim payments, only 6 under the last data available under the Horizons Convictions Redress Scheme, that is such a key issue. And likewise, as we've just been looking at, that only the latest data showing fewer 1 in 6 wrongly accused postmasters having received letters confirming the quashing of their convictions. And given this sense of lack of trust, mistrust in government of whatever kind and in the Post Office management as a whole, I wonder if he might also turn his thoughts to rebuilding trust in the Post Office management and in the network in the long term. In the eyes of the public, I think the brand of the Post Office is solid, but in the eyes of those who work within the industry and those who may come in as sub-postmasters in the future, it is far less so. So we were delighted in my constituency recently to see reopenings of post offices in Shap, Kirby, Stephen. Wonderful to see those 2 reopenings. But I can tell him that in Grasmere and in Hawkshead and in Staveley, we are without post offices. And in all 3 of those cases, it is because, in part, the former sub-postmaster, whilst not always being directly affected by the Horizon scandal, in a sense of kind of disgust with the post office management, have left the industry and left those villages without a post office. What can he say to this House and to the current cadre of sub-postmasters and those who may join them or who want to join that cadre in the future to encourage them? Will he focus on pastoral care, financial support and other things that will bring about a package of inducements and enticements so those people who feel let down so badly by the Post Office Limited management over the last 20 years will feel that the Post Office is something they can commit their lives to for the good of our communities and the country as a whole?
I'm really grateful to the honourable member for that question. Just specifically on the figures in relation to the Horizon Convictions Redress Scheme, he is right to say there are only 6 claims or interim payments have been made so far, but I can assure him I would expect that to rise rapidly following the announcement we've made, and I'll keep the House informed as to all of that. I agree that what essentially he's asking, I think, is how redress of this scandal has to link to the future of the Post Office itself, and I think he's absolutely right to do so. I mentioned in oral questions last week that when I appeared before the inquiry, I think that's not just about an assurance as to the lessons that will be learnt from the inquiry, but how that will affect the decisions going forward. Like him, I've seen the Post Office network change a lot in my constituency. I was at the new banking hub in Staley Bridge on Friday, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the public support for the brand, for the people on the front line, I think is very strong, but the business model as it stands is not one that is fit for purpose. I think postmasters deliver essential services, but they don't make enough money from those essential services. I think the money they make, too much of that goes into the centre and doesn't return to the front line in a way that is a viable business model for all of our constituencies. And these issues of how, as an organisation, the Post Office functions have to be tied, not just culturally, to the reforms and the redress that we're all seeking to deliver, but to the business model as well.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's statement on the appeals process and thank the ministers for their engagement with me on this issue and in advance of the meetings that we'll be having later this week. Horizon victims are understandably wary of the Post Office involvement in the compensation schemes. So can the Secretary of State confirm that the appeals process that he's announced today will be completely independent of the Post Office? And can I also ask him, as well as pushing for Horizon victims to finally get full compensation, what work is the department undertaking to ensure that people are held account for their roles in this scandal?
I thank my honourable friend for her question and recognise her own contribution to this issue over many, many years. She is right to say that the scheme, the appeals process I'm announcing today, will be run in-house by the Department of Business and Trade. It will be, obviously, there'll be information that will need to be provided by the Post Office, but this is an in-house scheme that will be delivered. And in relation to redress, I think we are all following the Sir Win Williams inquiry very closely. We will need that to conclude. There will be essential information that will come out of that, but there will need to be, after that, a way to make sure that those findings, whatever they may be, are honoured in full, that we learn from those. But of course, in a number of cases, there is a need to hold people to account for their actions throughout this scandal.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Dewi Lewis of Penrhyn Dreidraeth is a former sub-postmaster who endured 4 months of imprisonment and had to wear a tag for another 4 months for a crime he never committed. He hasn't wanted me to raise his case in the chamber before because he said to have his hopes raised and then dashed would destroy him. 2 weeks ago he got a letter, I'm glad to say that his convictions were quashed. But the damage that has been done to the reputation of the Post Office in rural Wales is so immense now that people are no longer prepared to work in post offices. How can he assure me, and I welcome that he says that he believes the business model is no longer fit for purpose, how can we be sure that we will have strategic planning to serve those communities which were once served so well by people like Dewi Lewis?
Well, again, I recognise very much what she is saying. In some cases, I have had personal friends of mine who were directly affected by this, who, even though they obviously knew I was also their MP as well as their friend, didn't feel they were able to tell me about it because they were so concerned as to the impact of their reputation. They couldn't even tell a friend who was a Member of Parliament, even though it was something that was clearly affecting their lives to a very significant degree. I'm sure, like me, she's had situations where one provider of postal services in a relatively rural area, obviously represent Greater Manchester as it gets out towards rural Derbyshire, where people want very much a service to continue, but for various business reasons the provider is moving on. It's hard sometimes to find someone willing to take that on, not just because of this scandal, but because of the business model. And I can assure her that the work we are already doing is about the future, is about recognising that, is about making sure we have the people in charge who recognise that, and that has to change. And it's going to be a very substantial piece of work for my minister and I, but I think it is essential because we couldn't just provide redress for this scandal without looking to the future and making sure we get this right.
Graham Morris.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for the statement, and I also have constituents that are affected, and I'm grateful for the information about the appeal system. But just looking forward, what steps are ministers in the department taking to secure the future of the post office network and reassure people considering becoming postmasters that they are not going to face the same unacceptable culture pervading post office senior management highlighted by the select committee that led to the Horizon scandal happening in the first place?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, as I've said in previous answers to my honourable friend, we have to understand that scepticism, that concern is valid. The scale of this scandal is so large that, of course, people will challenge their members of Parliament with how they feel about what they may be asked to do, and the risk that that then poses to what is, I think, still an essential business, an essential provider of services to all our constituents is absolutely key. I would seek to reassure them by recognising the steps and the commitment we've got to address, but also to the future of a business model that delivers the kind of remuneration and operates as an organisation in a way which recognises the scale of the failure in the past. If I was a postmaster, I would welcome those words, but I would want to see action, and that is, I think, the only way we would be able to do it.
The Chair, please. Thank you. Mims Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the update to the House today. We saw through the ITV series Lord Arbuthnot, like many, as an exemplary constituency MP, something for us to all to aspire to. But many had campaigned for so long in this place to recognise this scandal. And may I congratulate to Sir Alan Bates and Lady Bates on their nuptials. Can the Secretary of State assure the House that the full engagement is being undertaken with the Ministry of Justice, that the learnings are being understood, and that those expecting their convictions to be quashed will hear imminently, as all of our constituents will want to see that justice?
Secretary of State. Well, I thank you for her question, and I echo very much her point about if there is one bit of how our political system operated in this, it is that constituency link and the classic Member of Parliament's surgery as being provided. The story as a whole is clearly one that is unsatisfactory, but I recognise very much her words in relation to Lord Arbuthnot and the cross-party campaign that came about. The Ministry of Justice issue is absolutely paramount. It is frustrating. The state of the records that have delayed the process is of real frustration to me, but I can assure her she will understand that following so much failure, Mr. Speaker, if a case emerged where a letter was sent out incorrectly, after all the people have been through, that would clearly be outrageous. And given I'm now accountable for the scheme going forward, that is what I absolutely cannot have. I could talk about some of the things we've inherited, but I don't think that's particularly helpful. I simply will give her the assurance that she quite rightly seeks that this is of maximum importance, and we're working at pace with Ministry of Justice colleagues, and indeed with the devolved authorities in relation to justice systems around the United Kingdom.
Clive Bedford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the Secretary of State's statement. And I heard what he had to say about the involvement of the Post Office in the appeals process in an earlier answer, but can I just ask him a little bit further? Because such is the mistrust of the Post Office that's built up over many, many years. Is his department satisfied that even though it may only be providing information to his department, are they satisfied of the role of the Post Office in providing that information, or have there been any occasions when you've had to challenge them perhaps, because that is the degree to which people mistrust the Post Office in this process and have done for many years?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question. I think he will hear reflected in my earlier answers the point that the reason we have chosen to deliver this scheme in-house by the Department of Business and Trade reflects the kind of concerns he is quite reasonably making, and I think in terms of commanding confidence, people obviously not just want to see these schemes set up, they want to see them deliver, and that is why the updates to the House of how we are progressing under each scheme are so important, and that's something I will commit to do regularly. Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to associate myself with the comments made about the noble Lord Arbuthnot, who was a predecessor but one for part of my constituency. I know the Secretary of State has spoken about the letters that are quashing convictions, but does he not understand how important it is that those who are waiting for those letters get them swiftly? Could I ask him whether the Lord Chancellor will come to this House to give us an update on what progress is being made with those letters?
Well, I'm grateful to him for that question, and you will have heard my earlier answers. He will simply, I think, want to agree that to get this wrong in this case would be a terrible problem. Some of the errors that have existed and the problems that have caused, again, they have been a frustration, but I assure him I think it's better in matters relating to this scandal than it is the Department of Business and Trade, given that the interest of members that provides the updates around them. But I can assure him that not only is work proceeding at pace on this, that of course I'll say again, people can proactively register their credentials to make sure there is no delay if they are in a position where they know they're one of the wrong parties.
Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for the update today? My constituent, Mahesh, who came to visit me at our surgery on Friday, told us that he had been assured that his conviction would be overturned and he was being wrongfully convicted under this Horizon scandal. However, he's really frustrated over the length of time it's taken for that conviction to be quashed, and it is preventing him from moving on with his life. Can the Minister please kind of update us what sort of work is going on to speed up the process to quash these convictions so that people like Mahesh in my constituency can move on with his life?
Well, I'm grateful to her, and I recognise very much the conversation that she's had with her constituent and the need and the desire she will have to make sure she can progress that claim as it should be progressed. The issue is really about ensuring that the records are accurate. It's a cross-reference between Ministry of Justice databases and some of the court documents, but that is proceeding place. If that constituent has not yet had a letter and needs to register their credentials, they again can do so, but I can assure her that again it is of maximum priority.
Graham Ladbitter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I thank the Minister for the statement. It's welcome the appeals process has been set out. I'd also like to pay some tribute to my SNP colleague and former MP, Marion Fellows, who many members will have known put a considerable amount of effort into this issue and has provided me with wise counsel on it since then. How satisfied is the Minister with the take-up so far? There's obviously some helpful detail in the statement there, and what awareness campaigns are planned. There may well still be people out there who are not aware that they can claim compensation. It's important that as many methods as possible are used to get that out there. Another point that's come up recently is that even legal experts have complained that the application form for redress systems was overly complex, and that even they as experts would struggle to fill it in. Is there any simplification of that that he can look at without obviously getting away from the key points that clearly need to be collected, the key data that needs to be collected? And finally, I would dissociate myself with the comments that have been made about the wider impact. It's only a week since the Grenfell report was published, and mention was made in the previous statement about the COVID contracts. Is that that goes right to the heart of trust in the government, and that's a really important point to address as we go forward.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question, and I echo his comments in relation to Marion Fellows and the contribution she made to the scheme. He asks how satisfied I am. I'm not going to be satisfied until everyone has had redress. It's as straightforward as that. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to mention that in a very positive way, for instance, under the Horizon Shortfall Scheme, there was a group of claimants, it was about 2,417 people, and then following the television drama, a whole range of people who actually weren't aware they were eligible, came forward, which was an incredibly positive thing. An additional, I think, over 1,500 people came forward, and indeed members may still be finding people who, because of the awareness that caused, did come forward. Now, we should thank very much the power of arts to get that message out to people, but because of a situation like that, none of us can be satisfied until we can be sure that we've got redress to everyone. And I think that is what this Parliament collectively has to commit to.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Secretary of State to outline what the government is doing to investigate the predecessor capture system? Thank you.
Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for that question. Members may know that capture was the precursor to the Horizon software. It is something which is of concern to us, and we are investigating. The forensic accountants that were appointed to look into this specific issue are due to report fairly soon, Mr. Speaker, and as soon as we have their findings, we'll be able to update the House as to future steps that may be necessary following that report.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for the statement and for the clear commitment for closure for all of those affected. The Minister used the words, the role of government is to do right, to seek justice and to defend their oppressed, and I say amen to that. That's exactly what government's role is and should do. Thank you. It's past time that our handling of this scheme comes to an end, but that can only be when every postmaster or postmistress affected has been restored reputationally and financially, but more than this, when the lessons have been put in place to ensure that never again can our reliance on computers be the vehicle of persecution. So can the Minister assure me and this House that that has been done and it is in place right now? Thank you.
Grateful to the honourable member for his contributions. I thought he may recognise those words in the opening statement that I gave from Isaiah, but the kind of failure that goes to the heart of what we're talking about today is not just about the reliance on computer systems over the testimony of people on the front line. It is also clearly about the culture of organisations, the culture of how government operates. I would like to say to him, we will definitely turn a page on all of that. But there are members here, as I have, who've been here, not just for Infected Blood or the Grenfell statement last week, but for Hillsborough, for Bloody Sunday. We've got to reflect on what has been a very difficult set of findings. Now, I think we can commit to making sure we do learn the lessons from these and take it forward. But it's a challenge. It's a challenge to all of us who believe we're here to do good, to do, as I said in the opening statement. And there's more to do, to be clear on that. But I think we can move in the right direction, and that is certainly what myself and my government ministers will be doing. But I thank him for that.
Billington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware that some sub-postmasters, like one of my constituents, has experienced an enormous amount of devastation without even actually having been convicted. 30 years of a reputation absolutely destroyed. And although he has had some compensation, he still doesn't know whether he's had the right amount of money, he still doesn't know whether he's paying the right amount of tax, and still doesn't have an admission of responsibility in the failings from the Post Office. How much of that will be dealt with by this redress scheme?
Well, I thank her, and I do understand the situation and in the need to have different schemes of redress to correct specific problems. I understand the kind of feeling and sentiment that she describes from her constituent. I would like to make sure in any case like this we're doing everything we can to provide the answers, and if I would ask her to write to me specifically about this case, I can tell her I would look at it personally and make sure I can advise her so she can advise her constituent to make sure, as best as is possible to our knowledge, we can give the advice that is right.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to hear from the Secretary of State that progress is being made. I think this cannot come too soon. Recompense, apology, and all the other things that should come with this. I think this House needs to remember also that, but for the tenacity and the persistence of Sir Alan Bates, this issue may never have come to light. So, for me, as a sitting MP, the question I have for you is, I think it's essential that we make sure as a House that the loss of confidence in the state, this is an issue of the state versus the individual, we have to reassure the individual that the state is not going to bully them. And that means a full investigation, and those people who brought arguably what are malicious prosecutions must be brought to book. And I'd like his reassurance that that will happen.
Well, I thank him for his question, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with that very much. I think this in itself is a major scandal, but the need to make sure the wider lessons, the wider lack of trust, as he correctly outlines, is addressed in our response is absolutely fundamental to that. I've said myself many times the fact that it is possible, it is conceivable that we never discovered the scale of this injustice were it not for the campaigners themselves. That is shocking. That is something we all must reflect very deeply on.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his comments, but also for his recognition this is about more than redress, it's about the restoration of trust. The long shadow that this has cast in constituencies across the country, in my constituency after years where submasters were desperately trying to keep post offices open in the face of programmes of closures, we now face a challenge to get people to go into the post office in the first place. I wonder what his message is to people considering that and wondering whether the culture has changed. And I wonder what lessons he thinks the new government is drawing across the public sector to make sure that there is candour and that the culture that we saw in the post office isn't replicated anywhere else.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I recognise very much what he is saying, and as I said in some of my earlier answers, there is an absolute need not just to provide redress to this scandal, to learn the lessons in terms of the future operation for the Post Office, the future operation of all institutions of the state, but crucially, in answer to his specific question, to make sure that we have a business model in place that rewards postmasters with a decent return for providing an essential service in an organisation that supports their frontline activities in a way which gives, again, them the income and the prosperity they deserve for being involved in that.
Robin Swan.
I think the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State knows there's been 26 postmasters in Northern Ireland wrongly convicted, but I do thank him for his work with the Northern Ireland Executive and bringing forward legislative processes. Can I seek his reassurance that the redress scheme, the appeal scheme, will be equally open to those Northern Ireland post officers who were wrongly convicted because of a UK-wide scheme, and that the redress scheme applies to them as well?
I also thank the Honourable Member for that question. It has been, I think people are aware, fairly challenging to have a situation where justice is a devolved issue across the United Kingdom, and at times that's been something which has affected the debate in this House very much. I do believe that is the case. I will write to him specifically, however, about the Northern Irish situation to make sure I'm giving him the absolute information that he needs.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly welcome the Secretary of State's announcement and look forward to it proceeding to the necessary conclusion. Redress is about righting wrongs, but there was more than one wrongdoer in this. There also was fiducie. Last week, the Prime Minister told us that firms that had fallen short in Grenfell would be removed from government contracts. Bearing in mind fiducie's action, bearing in mind that there was at least one suicide on foot of their actions, will they be treated in the same way, and will there be redress against their unlawful actions as well?
Well, I agree with the Honourable Member. That is a crucial and important question. I welcome Fujitsu acknowledging their moral responsibility in relation to these matters. I understand they are participating fully with the Sir Win Williams inquiry. We will need that inquiry to conclude. We shouldn't preempt that in any way and take any decisions before that process has been done properly, given it's something that we all support. But I do believe that accountability will flow from that inquiry, and that will be an important step, and it will affect many, many organisations who've been a part of this story, but Fujitsu will clearly be one of them.
Right, that completes that part of the statement. Let the front benches change over. To inform the House that the deadlines for the nominations for the Select Committee chairs passed at 4 p.m. today. The following committees received a single nomination, and the candidate will be elected unopposed. Backbench Business, Bob Blackman. Culture, Media and Sport, Dame Caroline Dinage. Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Mr Alistair Carmichael. Health and Social Care, Leila Moran. Northern Ireland Affairs, Tony Antoniazzi. Petitions, Jamie Stone. Treasury, Dame Meg Hillier. Welsh Affairs, Ruth Jones. I congratulate the members concerned. The ballot for the remaining posts will take place on Wednesday, the 11th of September, between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. in Committee Room 15. A final list of candidates and their supporters will be available in the vote office later this evening. We now come to the following statement. I call Simon Lightwood.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I wish to make a statement. Mr Speaker, today marks the first stop on this government's journey to deliver better buses. Day in, day out, buses shoulder the needs of millions of working people across the country. Whether it's getting to work or school, seeing the doctor or friends. A reliable bus service is the difference between aspiration and isolation, between getting on or being forced to give up. A lifeline, plain and simple. But over the past 4 decades of deregulation, this lifeline has been on life support. Communities have suffered cuts to the thousands of services, with 1.5 billion fewer journeys taking place in 2019 compared with 1985, when deregulation began. And since 2010, a staggering 300 million fewer miles have been driven by buses per year. That is a legacy the previous government has left behind. A shocking decline in this country's bus services, which has done untold harm to communities across the country. But behind these stats lie human stories of the poorest groups who catch 10 times as many buses as trains, regularly let down. Of people denied access to work or education because they can't depend on the journey there. Or women and girls denied access to a safe journey home. This represents a steady cycle of decline that reverberates beyond buses to our economy as a whole, of public services not working for working people. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. This mission-focused government was elected to repair what's broken and reform what doesn't work. And we're clear that better buses are essential to a better Britain. That buses aren't just a route to connection, but to economic growth, cleaner air, and a fairer chance for everyone in life. That is why my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has made fixing this country's broken bus network one of her top priorities in her department. And that's why, just 2 months into office, we're kick-starting a bus revolution that will put services back in the hands of local leaders, achieving in just 10 weeks what the previous government failed to do in over 14 years. The statutory instrument we laid this morning opens up bus franchising for all local transport authorities in England. It gives local leaders increased flexibility to adopt a model that works for their areas. And by streamlining the current two-step process, authorities will now only need to obtain the Transport Secretary's consent before preparing a franchise scheme. This is a transformative change, one which will give every community the same powers that mayoral combined authorities across the country are currently using to deliver better services, and the power to match them to local needs. We know the franchising model works. Just look at Greater Manchester's B network, where buses were brought under public control just 1 year ago, and where already reliability has improved, passenger numbers have grown, and a new 24/7 service has just been introduced. Or look at Greater London, where public control has meant more bus journeys are now taken in our capital than the rest of England combined. Mr. Speaker, we're taking aim at the current postcode lottery of bus services to ensure our most popular form of public transport starts running in the public interest. Local authorities know best how to deliver for their communities. That's why today we're empowering them to follow in Greater Manchester and London's footsteps, to make sure that they have buses in the right place at the right time, truly serving local needs. Our plan will help turn the tide after decades of decline. Today's statutory instrument will also be backed by a public consultation, which my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has also launched today. It seeks views on breaking down the barriers to franchising and how we support safer and more accessible services. Because by delivering simpler guidance, it will support and speed up the franchising process, meaning councils spend less time and money filling out forms and more time planning routes and prioritising the interests of the communities they serve. But, Mr. Speaker, this is just the start of our journey. Today's steps will pave the way to a new bus bill later in this parliamentary session, a bill that plans to reform funding, allow franchises to be rolled out to more places quicker and cheaper, and support those councils who choose not to franchise, but who still want the flexibility to deliver on local transport priorities. And Mr Speaker, it will allow us to remove the ideological ban on municipal bus companies imposed by the previous government. Despite the huge success of these companies seen across the country where they are still in place, like the award-winning publicly owned services in Nottingham and Reading. Mr Speaker, this rightly isn't a one-size-fits-all approach, and crucially places no additional burden on taxpayers. It simply acknowledges a truth that many in this House will agree with, that the best decisions aren't always made by Whitehall. They are made in town and city halls across the country, by those accountable to local communities, by those who day in, day out use the very services that we're talking about. Mr Speaker, it's been said before, and I will say it again. The Department of Transport under this new government is moving fast and fixing things. Today's steps place better buses at the heart of this government's plan for change. Because 4 decades after buses were deregulated, after 14 years of decline, we are now empowering communities to take back control of the services that they depend on, to get Britain moving, to get our economy growing, and to get more passengers, wherever they live, back on board. And with that, I commend this statement to the House.
We come to the Shadow Minister, Dr Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement. We on this side of the House are in full agreement that good local transport is something everyone deserves access to, both for helping people to live their lives and for fulfilling the economic potential of all parts of the country. And at the heart of our local transport services are buses. They are some of the most convenient, well-connected and accessible forms of public transport out there. Crucially, not just in urban areas, but very often in underconnected rural areas as well. Mr Speaker, that's why in government we invested billions in the bus sector, including the vital support provided to maintain services during the pandemic. We rolled out thousands of new zero-emissions buses, and we introduced the Get Around for £2 scheme, saving millions of people money on their fares and helping to get passengers back onto the buses. These interventions worked. Bus passenger journeys in England increased by nearly a fifth in the year ending March 2023, and we welcome this government's desire to build on our progress. To improve services further, to get more routes running at better frequencies, and to make sure as many people as possible have reliable services that get them where they need to go. Given that, I'm genuinely interested to understand how the government feel that this set of measures will achieve that, and we're worried about some of the significant risks which it doesn't seem the government has considered. This legislation places greater responsibility in the hands of local authorities, Mr Speaker. We know there are a number of local authorities facing financial and organisational challenges, and whilst I don't doubt there will be enthusiasm to make use of these new powers, running any form of public transport brings with it real challenges. Of course, as the Minister himself said on opposition, gaps in experience could be filled by support from the Department for Transport. But depending on the number of local authorities that choose to take up franchising, this could mean significant central government resources are required. Unless I've missed it, today's announcement looks to include absolutely no funding to pay for increased capacity at the department. What projections have the government made of these costs? How exactly do they expect them to be paid? It's the same story with local government finances. Make no mistake about it, this is going to cost money. Many bus routes, especially rural services, are themselves loss-making, and that's before you account for the additional resources that local authorities will presumably need to operate them. The Minister in his statement did not recognise at all the enormous challenges that have been created by changing travel patterns post-COVID. If this government is committed to services at 1985 levels, which he seemed to imply, they're going to have to commit to enormous levels of subsidy. I welcome the success stories in metropolitan areas that the Minister talked about, but they operate in a fundamentally different space because of the density of their populations. It also means that if passenger numbers fall next year, it's no longer a private company taking the financial risk, but the local council and, by definition, taxpayers. Again, given that there doesn't appear to be any funding attached to this policy, surely this can only be funded by increases to council tax or cuts to other local services. And it's the same story when it comes to responsibility for capital expenditure, Mr Speaker. Will this now be the local authority's responsibility? How exactly are they expected to fund it? As we made clear during the recent Passenger Railway Services Bill, it may be the priority of the Labour Party to undertake ideological reforms to bring the transport sector further into the control of the state. But passengers' priorities are the price, performance and reliability of services, not who's running them. We want to hear how these reforms will make a difference to journeys for passengers and their accessibility, frequency and cost. How will this help to restore the number of rural services? How will this make journeys cheaper for passengers? And not just in terms of the generic pledges we've heard today, but with concrete commitments that the public can hold them to account to deliver. The Minister made absolutely no commitments today to increase levels of services or miles travelled as part of their revolution. There are some quite simple things they could do for passengers, like extending our Get Around for £2 scheme, which has been hugely positive for passengers and the viability of services up and down the country. I'm aware the Chancellor is not the colleagues opposite's favourite person at the moment, but I would encourage them in any hurriedly organised meetings today and tomorrow to make the case for the cost of living benefits of the £2 scheme, as well as the benefits of the winter fuel payments. They've got the wrong priorities yet again. At the end of the day, passengers care about the preservation of existing services, Mr. Speaker, the extension of routes, improvements in frequency and reliability and cost. We on this side of the House are all ears as to what difference this policy will make for them. And not to be forgotten, who is going to pay for it?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Modernising our transport infrastructure and delivering better buses is at the heart of our plan to kickstart economic growth in every part of the country, to get our country moving. This SI is just the start of a package of measures, Mr. Speaker. The Buses Bill will deliver further measures on issues such as funding. Despite the challenging financial circumstances we find ourselves in, inherited from the previous government, we are determined to deliver better bus services, growing passenger numbers and driving opportunity to underserved regions. All funding is being considered, of course, quite rightly, as part of the spending review. Of course, there is no one-size-fits-all approach for buses within local transport authorities. Franchising is just one of the ways in which can be explored. There is also enhanced partnerships and, of course, municipal ownership. We believe firmly that our priorities to deliver better buses across the country are the right priorities, and we have got the mandate from the British people following the general election to do just that.
Graham Stringer.
Mr. Speaker, last week and this week have been the best 2 weeks for public transport for many decades, righting the wrongs of the privatisation of the rail service and the deregulation of buses. I didn't hear an apology from the Conservative spokesperson for laying waste to local government finance over the last 14 years and destroying public bus services by handing them over to profiteers, pirates and other completely unsuitable people, not in all cases but in many cases, to run our bus service. Does my honourable friend agree with me that there should be a huge and massive apology from the Conservatives for the damage they have done to public transport?
I do believe there should be a massive apology from the opposition for the mess they have left this country in, for the mess they have left our bus services in. Of course, under the previous government, almost 300 million fewer miles are now driven by buses per year compared to 2010. That's an appalling statistic. This government will turn the tide for communities across the country by giving them the opportunity to control local bus services and have a real say in developing the local transit systems that serve them. The Secretary of State said it, and I will say it again, we will move fast and fix things. Here is the proof.
Come to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Weira Hobbs.
Mr. Speaker, we Liberal Democrats welcome today's statement to give local authorities, not just metro mayors, more powers and the potential to run their own bus services. We Liberal Democrats have campaigned for exactly this for a very long time. The previous Conservative government has completely decimated local public transport systems, but the rot set in a long time ago. Almost a quarter of bus routes have been cut in the last 10 years outside London, and whoever wants to apologise for that, we need to see some change. Yet bus services should be the most affordable and accessible of all forms of public transport. Good, well-used bus services would significantly contribute to getting to net zero, but also to improving our air quality, and the previous government again completely failed to make a positive case for that. Mr. Speaker, public buses are crucial not just in urban areas like Bath, which suffers from more and more congestion because people can continue to increase motorised individuals travel, but also Bath is obviously struggling still with cutting air pollution. But this is specifically, bus services is specifically important for rural areas. Can the Minister set out how today's announcement will improve rural bus services, not just in the long term, but in the short term, because what we currently have is completely inadequate?
I thank the honourable member for her question. I think that the ability to take back control, local areas, local transport authorities, to take back control of their bus services is crucial for rural areas because they know their communities best. Those decisions shouldn't be made from places in Westminster or Whitehall. So I think it's local transport authorities, again, who understand the very specific needs of their local communities, be those rural communities or urban communities, are best placed to make the decision to design the network around the needs of their individual community.
Ray Morris.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the statement and can I draw to the Minister's attention the Transport Select Committee report on bus services in England outside of Greater London, which was under the chairmanship of his ministerial colleague, the Honourable Member for Nottingham South. There's some excellent recommendations in there. And in regions like Greater Manchester, the process of introducing bus franchising has been quite lengthy. Granting combined authorities the ability to directly award contracts would significantly shorten this timeline, allowing areas such as the North East to bring about faster improvements. My question is this: will the Minister confirm that the Better Buses Bill will include provisions for direct award powers?
I can confirm that my officials are investigating the means to do just that, and I will update the House accordingly as progress continues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement, and he, the House, local government finance is under pressure. And the House also knows that the delivery of services in rural areas is much more costly than it is in the Manchesters and the Nottinghams and the Londons. That's just a geographical fact which I think we all accept. Could I urge the Minister, if he hasn't already done so, to engage the good offices of the County Council network as the lead body for county councils and the unitaries to find their view with suggestions? But can I say to him politely, if this is to work in rural areas for all the good reasons which he sets out about social mobility and access to work and education, this is going to require some extra money for rural councils if they are to deliver what I think we all probably want to see achieved.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I also thank his constructive engagement there, and I will certainly take up his recommendation to meet with that grouping. Of course, all funding is being considered in the round as part of the spending review, but I take his point on board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the Minister's statement. Deregulation has been an absolute disaster in South Yorkshire. Since 2010, bus passenger miles have fallen by 50%. That means lots of people are not getting the services they previously had. Now, the Minister referred to Greater London. Greater London gets more than 10 times as much finance per head from government as South Yorkshire does for transport. Mentioned Greater Manchester. Manchester got a very good BSIP settlement last time round. South Yorkshire got nothing in the BSIP settlement. So does he recognise the need to review some of these settlements going forward? Otherwise, Mayor Oliver Coppell, committed to franchising, might see that the only responsibility they have is to make the cuts to bus services in a different way to what they would have been without franchising.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. What we want to do is, there's a whole host, a plethora of different funding pots that relate to buses, and we're keen to amalgamate, to consolidate those, but importantly to devolve those to local areas and give them the flexibility that they need with that funding to deliver better buses across their areas.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to hear that the success of the last government's £1.1 billion investment into Greater Manchester's B network is helping deliver. I was delighted at the time to launch it with the Mayor of Greater Manchester. But one of those key things, and the Minister mentioned it, around that postcode lottery, is actually around the cost of using the bus. It's can be something which really puts people off, particularly in rural areas where traditionally bus cost has been a lot higher. So I just asked the Minister if he's going to look at extending the Get Around for £2 scheme, which has been a real success, particularly for access to education opportunities and those in lower paid work in rural areas, because I think it's something that has really helped drive bus passenger numbers since the end of the pandemic upwards.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Delivering reliable and affordable public transport services for passengers is one of the government's top priorities, and we know how important it is for passengers and for local growth. We're looking at the future of the £2 fare cap as a matter of urgency, and we're considering the most appropriate and affordable approach, and we'll update the House in due course.
John Warren.
Speaker. For as long as I've been in this House, my constituents have looked upon London with envy for one reason, and one reason only: cheaper, more reliable bus services with real-time bus information. Too often my constituents don't even know if a bus is coming to the bus stop, never mind when. Now, Kim McGuinness, our regional mayor, has committed to taking back control of buses. Will the Minister set out how he will work with her and support her to deliver the bus services my constituents need and deserve after 14 years of Tory failure?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I've already met with the Mayor of the North East on a number of occasions and are working closely with combined authorities and mayors across the country to simplify and make the process of bus franchising easier. We will, of course, make sure that the Department of Transport provides support to local transport authorities as well, with a centralised resource to make sure that we can spread best practice across the country.
Gregory Stafford.
I thank the Minister for his statement. The town of Borden in my constituency is extraordinarily poorly served by bus routes at the moment. The thing they're really crying out for is a rail-linked bus service to the neighbouring town of Liphook. Will he meet with me and his officials to discuss how we can get a rail-linked bus from Borden to Liphook?
I'm more than happy to meet with any honourable friend or member.
Now listen home. I'll listen home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the statement today, as will my constituents in Scarborough, Whitby and the villages, who have seen the vital bus services they rely on slashed over recent years. For example, cuts to the 95 flights to Whitby service have severely restricted the ability of my constituents to go about their daily lives. Does my honourable friend agree with me that we need to move at pace to improve routes such as this in rural and coastal communities?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I do completely agree, and that's fundamental to the work that we've been pursuing to make franchising quicker and simpler, to avoid the need for local transport authorities to spend their time filling in forms at great expense. I think Britain is one of the few places in the developed world that hands operators power to slash bus services and set fares with very little say for communities who depend on them. Decades of failed regulation have left communities with little say over essential services that they rely on. We're determined to change that.
And there's Sabine.
I welcome the statement from the Minister today, and as my honourable friend said, the Lib Dems broadly welcome the principles of this. As I think will the Somerset Bus Partnership, which is a fantastic organisation in my constituency, of volunteers working tirelessly to encourage people to use buses. My question is that in Somerset we have a council which is facing a historic funding crisis and narrowly avoided bankruptcy, and I'd be keen to understand how for authorities like that the government's going to provide some long-term funding that means they can actually do the franchising that's being promised.
I thank the honourable member for their question. We are looking, as I said, to consolidate and simplifying the funding pots that are out there already for bus services and looking hopefully to deliver more multi-year funding settlements around this.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the statement by the Minister genuinely taking control of our buses after years and years of the wheels on the bus not going round and round. Yes. I look forward to seeing a direct service return from Runcorn to Liverpool. I'd like the Minister to have to meet with me and leaders in Cheshire to discuss bus service arrangement, taking control of a new devolution deal.
We'll of course welcome the opportunity to meet with my honourable friend.
James,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for a very progressive, positive statement today, which will encourage many. I do welcome the steps towards a more personalised approach in bus franchises. However, I believe it is essential, and I think the Minister thinks that as well, that any changes are rural-proofed to ensure that bus services will allow our rural communities to commute to work, to be able to access medical appointments, and indeed even to go shopping. And that is protected with a service over a profit ironclad guarantee. So can the Minister confirm this is the government position on this very issue? Thanks so much.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I absolutely agree that rural bus routes and rural communities must be carefully considered, and I think the best people to take that consideration is local leaders, and that's why we're determined to allow local leaders to take back control of their bus services.
Justin Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome my honourable friend's statement this afternoon. Villages in my constituency, like Eccles, Burham and Waldham, have suffered after 14 years of Conservative cuts and a reduction to the 155 bus service, which many elderly people rely on. Can I get some assurances from the Minister that local councils like Medway and Kent County Council can now join forces and collaborate on bus routes so that we can see an improvement to bus services for all our residents, including those in rural isolated communities?
Thank my honourable friend for his question. Our plan is for all local transport authorities to be able to take back control of their buses. There's also the option, obviously, of enhanced partnerships and municipal ownership, and I look forward to working with him to achieve his objectives.
Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buses are the most used form of public transport and are a lifeline for those on lower incomes. The inadequacy of bus services right the way across Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme comes up regularly when I'm on the doorstep. Hatfield Woodhouse only recently had a bus reinstated after many, many months of having nothing at all. Does he agree that delivering better buses will be essential for the government's mission, including everything from growing our economy to breaking down barriers of opportunity and accelerating to net zero?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think he's absolutely right. I think that effective public transport, effective bus services are fundamental to delivering many of our missions in government.
Sean Woolcock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the weekend, I had the pleasure of attending the unveiling of two brand new community-led, community-owned green buses in the village of Middle Barton in my constituency. After 14 years of devastation to public bus services in Oxfordshire, these sort of schemes can go a long way to filling the gap. Does the Minister agree with me that the decade of renewal promised by this Labour government must see an improvement and regeneration in rural bus services?
I thank my friend for his question. Absolutely, I agree, which is why we want to give local transport authorities and local leaders the power to take back control of the bus services to shape the future of those services that accurately reflect the needs of individual communities.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank the Minister for his statement. I think we should speak about buses much more often in this place. Edinburgh has an award-winning bus service. It carries 2 million passengers per week. Its highly unionised workforce, I think over 90%, works in collaboration with the directors of the company. And we already get around for £2 inside Edinburgh because that is the price you pay for no matter how far you travel inside Edinburgh. It's a fantastic example of what public ownership in public transport can do. So does the Minister agree that more ownership and control of bus services are key to driving down costs for passengers, increasing patronage and hitting our net zero goals. Thank you.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I've been pleased to visit a municipal bus company in Nottingham. My honourable friend, my colleague here, who's a MP in the area, and I was blown away by the level of commitment to the local area, their knowledge and commitment to the local area, having received numerous awards and having something like an 89% satisfaction rating. So I think municipal bus companies are also a fantastic option for local transport authorities, for local authorities to consider.
Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I found it interesting to hear the opposition front bench talk about the importance of preserving existing bus routes when it is their party which has presided over 14 years where thousands of bus services were lost to communities across the country, including in my constituency, where we still don't have a direct bus route from Nantwich to our local hospital. And doesn't the fact that it has taken this government just 10 weeks to present a plan to fix local bus services just epitomise how underserved our communities and our local economies have been by 14 long years of Conservative failure?
I couldn't agree with my honourable friend more. The government's plans are the biggest reform to England's bus system in 40 years, putting power in the hands of communities who need them most. Today's announcement is a vital first step to achieve this.
Look, Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was great to visit First Bus's all-electric depot in York the other week, but I was saddened to hear just days later First withdrew children's monthly bus passes. After meeting them, they're reviewing this. But does my honourable friend agree with me that travel to and from school should be affordable, and will he meet with me to discuss the future of buses in York?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Of course, I want to make sure that bus fares are affordable, and I will, of course, meet with the my honourable friend to discuss his particular circumstances.
Ollie Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all have been saying, over the last 14 years the previous government has been in office, local bus services, especially in coastal communities, have been left in a shocking state. In East Thanet, the number 33, the number 34, the number 9 and the 8A have all been drastically cut back, meaning that in certain areas of Broadstairs and Ramsgate there is no bus service at all within easy reach, and no one in either town has access to a bus to Canterbury outside of commuter times. This surely, Mr. Speaker, will be a challenge to Conservative-run Kent County Council for them to take the powers that are being offered by this government in order to be able to serve a disadvantaged community like that in East Thanet.
I thank my little friend for her comments. Buses matter to millions of people. But after 14 years of the Tories' broken bus system, failed countless communities and has led to a spiral of decline in bus services, I hope all local transport authorities consider the range of options available to them to take back control of their buses and shape services for the communities in which they serve.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the deregulation and decline of buses under the previous administration, I imagine that local authorities are somewhat shocked and surprised at being given the opportunity to shape services genuinely in the public interest. So what additional support is my honourable friend considering to empower local authorities, especially smaller district authorities like Rugby Borough Council, so that they can move fast and fix things locally?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. In the Department of Transport, we're increasing the capacity of the department to assist smaller authorities so that all local transport authorities can consider franchising and other means of improving bus services in their communities.
Jacob Collier.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement. I'm pleased to see him driving forward this policy to improve our bus services, a vital lifeline for my constituents in Burton and Uttoxeter. Does the Minister agree that this plan puts us on the right route by expanding franchising powers so that local voices can finally steer bus services in the right direction?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and may I say that he's already been a fierce advocate for public transport and bus services in his constituency. Local leaders will have the power to set routes, fares, services, not private operators, as is currently the case, putting passengers first after decades of regulation. That's the option available to you through franchising. Municipal ownership is also an option, as well as partnerships with operators and local authorities.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister's already pointed out, and other than this chamber have said, bus franchising has clearly delivered fantastic results where it's already in operation in Greater Manchester and in London. However, it's not going to be right for all communities. In my constituency of Dartford, it's often the case that there are only 2 buses a day connecting the outlying villages to Dartford and other population centres. Does he agree with me that the upcoming buses bill will be a fantastic opportunity to end the postcode lottery of bus services across the country, providing maximum flexibility to local leaders, such as in Kent, if they're prepared to use it, to choose the right system for their populations?
I agree with my honourable friend. We must turn the page on years of Conservative failure in local transport, which is why the forthcoming buses bill, in conjunction with our announcements today, will help end the country's transport postcode lottery.
Right, that completes the statement. I'll let the front benches change over. Of order, Mr. Stafford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I seek your advice. On the 29th of July, during the statement Public Spending and Inheritance, in response to my question about the scrapping of the new hospitals programme and the effect it will have on Frimley Park Hospital, which serves the northern part of my constituency, the Chancellor responded, and I quote, "My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, will meet all those with affected hospitals, including those affected by RAC, to ensure that we can, as quickly as possible, address the challenges." Since then, I have had no contact from either the Health Secretary or the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker, on how I can secure that meeting and whether you have any advice to ministers when making promises in this House on behalf of their colleagues.
I can assure you, I have absolutely no responsible for ministers, and neither would I want to have. What I would say is, look, if the message has gone loud, you put it on the record, and I'm sure it will have been noted on the Treasury bench. And if things don't happen, I can say to the honourable member, I'm sure his brother would also give him some good advice, the table office, there are many options open to him to pursue it, but I'm sure that the message will have been heard. Right, no further points of order. I now come to motion number 1 on sanctions. I call the Minister to move. Ms Faulkner, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House has considered the Russia Sanctions EU Exit Amendment No. 3, Regulations 2024. This instrument amends the Russia Sanctions Regulations of 2019. The instrument was laid on the 30th of July, using powers provided by the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act 2018. It entered into force on the 31st of July. Mr. Speaker, for clarity, this instrument was first laid on the 24th of May under the previous government. This government supports the aims of this instrument, so we revoked and relayed it to provide additional time post-election for the required parliamentary scrutiny. There are no amendments to the policy in relation to Russia sanctions, and the substance of this instrument remains the same. The United Kingdom's commitment to Ukraine is ironclad. In July, the UK contributed £40 million to NATO's comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine, which ensures Ukraine will access vital assistance for counter-drone technology, demining of reclaimed land, and the medical rehabilitation of injured Ukrainian personnel. Ukraine has placed new orders for ammunition worth £300 million through the International Fund for Ukraine, which is administered by the UK. Sanctions, too, are a crucial tool to weaken Russia's ability to attack Ukraine. In July, the UK hosted the European Political Community at Blenheim Palace, where over 40 countries signed a call to action to tackle Russia's so-called shadow fleet, a fleet of ageing oil tankers which use deceptive shipping practices and substandard insurance to attempt to undermine sanctions on Russian oil. At the event, the UK spearheaded action against the shadow fleet when we sanctioned 11 oil tankers. Through this action, we continue to demonstrate the UK's steadfast commitment to Ukraine and to underline our leading role in eroding Russian oil revenues. Targeted sanctions against oil tankers have had a material and immediate impact. UK sanctioned tankers have been left idling, knocked out of the Russian oil trade, and for the most part, unable to load new cargoes. This instrument provides the basis for those sanctions and has enhanced the UK's ability to respond to Russia's increasingly desperate and reckless attempt to undermine ours and our partners' sanctions.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister and I welcome him to his place and I hope wish him well in the role that he now plays. I've been sanctioned by China and Russia along with many others in this House, and we understand those things, and it's almost a badge of courage, but that's not the issue. The issue I want to ask is this. My understanding of the sanctions is that businesses and those who have super yachts will be impacted directly by this. If that is the case, and that's all it means, can the Minister tell us, will he ensure that our sanctions have teeth enough to actually bite and to be painful?
I thank the honourable member. If you will, I'll go a little further into the introductory remarks, which I hope will specify why the measures we're tabling this afternoon will provide greater teeth and will answer your concerns. But if I don't, then I'll return. This instrument, as well as increasing the effect on shipping, also broadens the designation criteria under the Russia regime. It expands our powers to target those who provide financial or material support to Russia's war machine. This could include, for example, foreign financial institutions that facilitate significant transactions on behalf of or in support of Russia's military-industrial base. This is in line with steps taken by partners and the G7's commitment to curtail Russia's use of the international financial system to further its war in Ukraine. Let me now turn to the measure in the instrument that the member asks about. This instrument adds new relevant activities to the existing power in the Russia sanctions regime under Regulation 57, which provides the criteria to sanction individual ships called ship specification. The amendment provides a ship may be specified by the Secretary of State where there are reasonable grounds to suspect that the ship is, has been, or is likely to be used for any activity whose object or effect is to destabilise Ukraine or undermine or threaten the territorial integrity, sovereignty, or independence of Ukraine, or to obtain a benefit from or support the government of Russia. This includes where a ship is involved in carrying dual-use or military goods, oil or oil products that originated in Russia, or any other goods or technology that could contribute to destabilising Ukraine, or undermining or threatening the territorial integrity, sovereignty, or independence of Ukraine. Where a ship is specified under Regulation 57F, it will be subject to measures in Regulations 57A to E, called the shipping sanctions. Where those sanctions apply, a specified ship is prohibited from entering a port in the UK, may be given a movement or a port entry direction, it can be detained or could be refused permission to register on the UK ship register, or indeed have its existing registration terminated. Additionally, UK persons and persons in the UK cannot provide funds and financial services, including maritime insurance, or brokering services in relation to specified ships that are transporting certain oil and oil products, and cannot use specified ships to supply or deliver Russian oil and oil products regardless of the price of the oil on board. Once again, the UK has already specified ships using this enhanced power. The previous government specified 6 vessels on June the 13th. This government specified 11 vessels in July, which were operating as part of Russia's shadow fleet. This fleet attempts to undercut our sanctions, undermines the maritime rules-based order, and presents an environmental and maritime security threat to coastal states. This statutory instrument also amends Regulation 6 in the Russia sanctions regime, which is the criteria for the designation of individuals or entities under the Russia regulations for the purpose of an asset freeze and other relevant measures. Specifically, the instrument adds additional activities for which a person may be designated, including where individuals or entities provide financial services or make available funds, economic resources, goods or technology to persons involved in obtaining a benefit from or supporting the government of Russia. In practice, this widens the set of actors and enablers that can be targeted for providing financial or material support to Russia and its war machine, as Putin continues to prosecute his illegal war in Ukraine. The instrument also consolidates powers under the Russia regulations to designate individuals or entities involved in the destabilization of Ukraine. Specifically, the additional activities that the instrument adds to the designation criteria make possible the designation of persons who own or control entities involved in destabilizing Ukraine, as well as individuals who work as directors or managers of such entities. In the plainest language, because that was the language that the Honourable Member used, this enables us to target the ship as well as the individuals or entities involved with the ship. We found through the previous regime that the ship itself is the sharpest area of vulnerability. So the IMO number of the ship itself is where these sanctions have greatest effect, and that is the effect we are using today.
Jim Shaw.
I understand the Minister has laid out the system very simply, and it applies to EU, but we all know that the person who seems to be breaking most of the rules is India and other countries across the world who are apt to buy Russian oil. If that is the case, how will these sanctions and what discussions has there been to ensure that India doesn't contravene what we are trying to do here ourselves?
Just gently say to me, so we have only got an hour and a half, and I know you do want to speak, and I don't want to take any of that precious time away. Minister.
I defer to your good guidance, Mr. Speaker. To conclude, European security is a key focus of this government. Supporting Ukraine remains vital to this end, and the UK is committed to doing so. I'm sure in questions I'll have an opportunity to say a little bit more about how we work with our partners, including India, on these matters. We will work with international partners to ensure that the values of democracy, human rights and international law are maintained. This legislation and subsequent sanctions made under it show our commitment to Ukraine as they defend their freedom in the face of Russian aggression. British support remains ironclad. I commend the regulations to the House.
The question is, that's on the order paper. I call Shadow Minister Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time that I've appeared opposite the new Minister at the dispatch box, and I want to use this opportunity not only to congratulate him, but to welcome him to his place. In a previous life, we served together in the Foreign Office, and whilst he is free to disagree, although I would discourage him from doing so, I believe we worked well together in difficult conditions, and I hope that we will have the same relationship going forward. I'm confident that he will bring the same dedication from his work at the Foreign Office to his new position, although it is a difficult time to take responsibility for the Middle East and North Africa, and I know we all wish him genuine success in the role. Whilst the government may have changed, the commitment across this House to support Ukraine and starve the Russian war machine remains absolutely resolute. This motion demonstrates continuity of purpose, as it was originally laid by the Conservative government, interrupted by the election, and has now been retabled by the new minister. The Conservative government introduced the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act in 2018, allowing us to build our own sanctions regime, having left the European Union. Whilst our cooperative approach with the EU on sanctions is absolutely vital, particularly on Ukraine, this legislation laid the groundwork for the UK to create a world-leading and effective sanctions regime, as demonstrated after Putin's renewed illegal invasion of Ukraine and also concerns about the territorial sovereignty of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The UK has now sanctioned over 2,000 individuals and entities under the Russian regulations, with over 1,700 targeted since Putin launched his renewed illegal invasion of Ukraine. Major progress has been made in cutting Russia off from global financial systems, restricting their military-industrial complex, reducing oil and gas revenues, and banning items with dual military use from export to Russia. Briefly, on behalf of my party, and some of them will be in the box today, I want to thank the countless civil servants, intelligence personnel and officials who work day in, day out to refine and improve our Russian sanctions regime. I know it is often difficult and hard work long into the night. We're extremely lucky in this country to be able to rely on some of the most intelligent and hard-working sanctions officials, and I'm sure the Minister has already seen just how effective they are, and of course he will have long-standing friendships with some. This particular motion addresses a key pillar of our sanctions regime, the identification and designation of Russian shipping, including ships operating under Russia's so-called shadow fleet. The success of our sanctions regime has forced Russia to resort to expensive and complex logistical measures to source sanctions goods and materials and export oil and gas, often via third countries, as raised by the Honourable Member for Strangford. As such, it is imperative that we target the maritime arteries feeding that Russian war machine, and we welcome that this motion will sanction a further 17 Russian vessels, including 15 from Russia's shadow fleet. It demonstrates that no matter how deep Russia sinks into the shadows, the UK and our partners will identify and act against Russian assets and their war machines. The broader changes to facilitate more effective targeting of Russian shipping and individuals aiding and abetting Russian aggression are also welcome. So the Minister has our full support for these changes. And our commitment to work collaboratively and in a spirit of cooperation with the Government on the continued development of our Russian sanctions regime will continue, because some things, rightly, are above politics. Now, two areas requiring attention, as I'm sure the Minister is aware, is the transfer of dual-use technology to Russia from China and the kidnapping of Ukrainian children, which some would say is a form of genocide. Whilst I understand he cannot comment on future sanctions, I would ask that he keeps all options open and commits to targeting any entity, individual state or organisation providing support for Russia's illegal and brutal war and the kidnapping of Ukrainian children. Maintaining an effective sanctions regime requires continuous attention and effort. This instrument is an important continuation of that work, and we support the Minister in bringing it to the House. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Gordon McKee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the Minister's statement, and to his position in the House. He brings a huge amount of experience in this field, and I know he'll do a fantastic job. Tightening economic sanctions on Russia is one of the most fundamental ways that we can help support the people of Ukraine in their fight for democracy. And it's that I want to speak about briefly this afternoon. Throughout history, conflict has been a battle of individual courage and morale, something that the people of Ukraine have demonstrated time and again over the last 2 years since the Russian invasion. But conflict is also, and has always been, a battle of technology. From Roman legions through to the Manhattan Project, the side with the better, more advanced technology often prevails. Which is why it is important that our sanctions don't just restrict the ability of Russia to resource their war, but the ability to fight it in the first place. And as the saying goes, chips are the new oil. Russian semiconductor technology remains around 15 years behind that of NATO allies, but through avoiding sanctions, they are able to overcome this problem. More than 2 years on from their illegal invasion, they remain able to acquire the microchips necessary for advanced missiles and drones, which are used against innocent civilians in Ukraine. Yet when our sanctions were first introduced, many remember, I certainly remember, there was talk that Russia's economy would come to a standstill, that within months planes wouldn't be able to take off and their military would be unable to function. Now, clearly, that has not happened. And we must therefore ask ourselves why and what more we can do. Today's move to ban shadow tankers and to sanction those who are operating them is the right decision. It will impair Russia's ability to finance its war through selling and transporting oil. But there is still more to be done, much of which will require ingenuity and the kind of careful diplomacy that I know the Minister is more than capable of. There are two broad strands to the way in which Russia is obtaining this technology. The first, and perhaps most difficult to resolve, is through repurposing common technologies. I'm talking here about the kind of dual-use microchips that the Honourable Lady referred to. You get these in washing machines and microwaves, but they are appearing in Russian attack weaponry. The Orlan 10 drone, for example, used by Russia to target Ukrainian troops, contains some Western-made components you would normally find in weather stations or even in dishwashers. So can I ask the Minister to reflect in his summing up on what work the government is doing to make sure that these dual-use microchips are unable to be used in this way. And the other way in which Putin's military has continued to supply itself is through avoiding sanctions via third parties. The evidence of this is widespread. Since the invasion of Ukraine, exports from the EU to some of the countries bordering Russia have increased by around 50%. It's roughly equivalent to 3/4 of the drop in European exports to Russia since the war began. It doesn't take a genius to work out what is going on, especially given that the biggest growth in exports is in heavily restricted product groups, things like chemicals, electronics and machinery. Now, I know the Minister will be keenly aware of this, so I wonder if he could inform the House of the diplomatic work the Foreign Office is undertaking to ensure that we combat this. Madam Deputy Speaker, I fully support the Government's moves to tighten sanctions. Russia must never be allowed to prevail in Ukraine, and we must constrain their resources to fight this illegal war. The people of Ukraine have shown incredible bravery, courage and skill. The very least that we can do in this place is to honour our commitment to them. I know the Minister will do everything in his power to help achieve that. Thank you.
Lib Dem spokesperson Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that this change to the law seeks to tighten economic and trade restrictions on Russia, the Liberal Democrats support this statutory instrument that has been carried on from the work of the previous government. But if we step back from the detail of what this SI seeks to do, it's worth looking at some of the context in which this is happening. Proceeds from oil and gas sales for Russia's federal budget rose by 41% in the first half of 2024. That's partly accounted for by the fact that oil prices have gone up and the ruble has become weaker. But you can't get away from the fact that Russia is profiting from its oil and gas sales in a way that was not the case a year ago, and is getting far greater proceeds from the sale of its oil and gas. And this matters, of course, because it is using this money for its grossly illegal aggression in Ukraine. And it's thought that between a third and a half of the total Russian federal budget is accounted for by these oil and gas sales. So we have to ask the question, how is this happening? Yes, it is partly happening by Russian ships that are part of this so-called shadow fleet. And it's welcome to see that this SI will be prohibiting these ships from entering a port in the UK. It's welcome to see that they can be detained in the UK, or that they will be refused permission to appear on the UK's ship register. But the Honourable Member for Strangford is exactly right that we have also to think about what other countries are doing besides the UK. According to the Financial Times, the oil trade between India and Russia has almost doubled to $65 billion in 2023. India imported very little crude oil before the invasion of Ukraine and is now the number 2 importer of Russian oil after China. It's alleged that India has been refining Russian crude and re-exporting it to European nations that are otherwise seen as subject to and complying with our sanctions regime. It was interesting also to hear from the Honourable Member for Glasgow South about the use of dual-use technology. And it's true to say that Russia is seeking to become increasingly self-sufficient, while it also looks to China and India to import technology in the fields of AI, space technology and energy technology. We saw earlier this year that the former Russian Deputy Prime Minister, Andrei Belousov, who was previously the Minister for the Economy, has become the Principal Minister for Defence. And we need now to be moving to the next stage. When we think about dual-use goods, we need to be thinking about how we can make sure that we can throttle the Russian economy so that it does not find itself importing these goods that can be used for the aggression in Ukraine. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Josh Simons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I know that tradition dictates these speeches pay homage to our honourable predecessors, but I must say the history of maiden speeches delivered by members for Makerfield is somewhat checkered. My predecessor, Yvonne Favard, had to face down an unwelcome opponent, an unusually persistent wasp. Just as she stood up, after buzzing around her face, it struck, leaving her to struggle through the next few minutes while her face gradually swelled up. Before her, her predecessor, Ian McCartney, faced an even more formidable opponent, Michael Fabricant. I'm told that for decades, the parliamentary record of that encounter has stood uncorrected. As Mr McCartney began, Mr Fabricant put his feet up on the bench. Betty Boothroyd sat in your chair, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mr Fabricant interrupted with a point of order, not the done thing in maiden speeches, I'm told. Madam Speaker, he said, can you ask the man to speak in English, mocking Mr McCartney's thick Scottish accent? Mr McCartney retorted, if he doesn't mention my accent, I won't mention his wig. The record does not then note Mr Fabricant's response, touché, touché, or Mr McCartney's victorious retort, toupee, toupee. Anyway, so far today, no wasps, and a point that may perhaps unite this House in gratitude, no Michael Fabricant. Madam Deputy Speaker, while I do not wish to emulate these misfortunes, I do hope to continue their good work delivering for the people of Makerfield. Many in this chamber may not know that Makerfield is not really a place. It's a suffix attached to a collection of towns given the name of an ancient Lancastrian forest called Maserfield that used to stretch unbroken from Wigan. The towns I represent now include Hindley Green and Hindley, Plattbridge and Abram, Ashton and Bryn, Winstanley and Worsley Mains, Orrell and Pickley Green. The history of these towns is the history of our nation. Many dug pit mines, producing the coal that powered our industrial revolution. While men dug the coal, women sorted it, pitbrow lasses as they are known. Mine workers organised into unions and elected Labour MPs to represent them since 1906. Industrial decline then brought great destruction to many of these towns. Places like Abram, Bryn, Bickershaw and Hindley, places that will never forget the callousness with which they were treated in these years. That's one reason why I support delivering justice to mine workers on the Mine Workers Pension Scheme. Coal made this nation wealthy, and now we must ensure these workers live with dignity in old age. Backed by a Labour government, Ian McCartney then delivered the minimum wage, new health hubs in Plattbridge and Worsley Mains, and investment in Abram and Winstanley. Then under the Tories, 14 years of austerity deepened the wounds of industrial decline, hollowing out public services and defiling public spaces while wealth accumulated in London and the South East. My predecessor, Yvonne Favard, worked hard to protect constituents, continuing a tradition of working closely with the fantastic Wigan Council on its groundbreaking Wigan deal. She delivered a new health centre in Ashton and was a leading voice in combating debt, loan sharks, and those who prey on the most financially vulnerable. Through these ups and downs, a history that is the history of our country, the towns I represent have developed one simple superpower. A community spirit that should be the envy of this land. A pride in place and a care for family, for friends, and for neighbours. Today, this spirit manifests in some of the wonderful community organisations I've had the privilege of getting to know. In Orrell, Tony and Julie and volunteers at Brighter Better Orrell, Friends of Orrell Station, Greenslate Community Farm and Greenslate Water Meadow. In Worsley Mains and Winstanley, Joe at St Jude's Rugby Club, Winstanley Warriors FC and Clifton Street Community Centre. In Ashton and Bryn, the Brian Baru Club and Garswood Hall Bowl, Ashton Town and Ashton Athletic FC, currently rebuilding after a mindless arson attack. In Abram and Plattbridge, David's fantastic Wigan and Lee Community Charity and Wigan Cosmos FC. In Hindley, Eric at the Hindley Community Allotment and the Friends of Hindley Station and of Borsdane Woods. And in Hindley Green, the Brunswick Bowling Club, the St John's Church and Bethel Community Centre and the Hindley Green Residents Association. What then is the future for these towns and for our country? That is the question that we on these benches must now answer. The task is immense. People I represent have lost trust in politics and in politicians. They believe that the work we do here makes little difference to them. They feel we lecture, we speak, we let economists or lawyers or bankers tell us right answers, but that we do not listen, respect, or represent them. That is why the weight of responsibility on this government, on me as their representative, and on all of us across this House could not be greater. Together we must deliver for decent, fair-minded, hard-working people who love their community and their country, especially in the former industrial heartlands of our great nation, which I am so proud to represent. We cannot and we will not let these people down. In this House, I hope to use my career to contribute to this question of the future. I spent years working on technology, data, and machine learning. Too often we talk about technology as an inexorable force, as if it bends society to its will. But it has no will. Technology is a tool. We build it, we design it, we use it in our world in ways that we choose, and that is why now, more than ever, we must have the interests of working people in mind as we harness the great potential of technology. I look forward to working with colleagues across this House who share these interests. But my family is what brings me more pride than anything. My parents divorced at a young age, so I grew up shifting between homes, between towns, and between religions. I learned to see the best in people and in ways of living that could not be more different. Now, I'm lucky enough to see the world through the eyes of my children. I remember friends asking me before our first child was born, "How do you feel about bringing a child into this grim world?" But to me, that has it all wrong. Children are a bridge to the future. They inject hope into what our communities and our country and into what we as individuals can be. That is why childcare will be a key focus of mine. We make having children too hard, too exhausting, and too expensive in this country. Radically reforming childcare may be one of the most effective ways to deliver change that working people can feel, as well as boosting our workforce. And that's why I'll be campaigning hard for it over the coming months and years. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me end by returning to something my predecessor, Mr. McCartney, said about the history and the future of the towns we represent. Democracy, he said, is not solely or even primarily about this place or about us. It is about the efforts and the endeavours of ordinary people. It endures because people have their country and their desire for freedom and for fairness in their hearts. This, I believe, is a profound lesson, a lesson that bears on this age even more than on his, one we must hold close through the challenges ahead, for we live in an age of insecurity. As the organisation I was proud to lead, Labour Together, has argued, we must once again focus on strength, security, and working with allies to navigate
side here now, so in case if we move now, you might suddenly appear.
Yeah, you'll be the left. Yeah.